context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Foundation Rebellion on Jewry. In particular, there was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as there were a lot of migrant Jewish population ran away to island. An example of it in none other than the journals of Hamel, a woman who lived in German territory, writes about displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era in the sense that my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, rest in peace, brother. So we're talking about like a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty, confusion, depression, anxiety over the status of Europe, the stability of which is emanating from front, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating at the Arizal of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final sequence, the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought on the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activities. So very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses in the displaced populations of the Foundation Rebellion. Finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today. There's a radical expansion of circulation of information through the increasingly available. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when we had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to information than classrooms, and women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabbatai impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. But let's come to that shortly. Shabbatai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna, spent quite a bit of time in Greece, and was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was sought after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he engaged in two other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll, right? Not to a being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars looking backwards tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle. He would have at sometimes these moments of great elation in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. We call these periods illumination, which he would engage in really unusual behavior like pronouncing the name of God aloud, which was only pronounced times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he would like to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, violent, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there are other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails. For the most part, his eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of a perhaps a fool. Um, the mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah, and his otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead and to ignore the rather bizarre. Um, occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, shown here in this image, leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to Messianic era in the Shabtai. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he essentially Shabtai to be number one propagandist and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his illusions of grandeur. So, what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai was? First of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates, and of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involve antinomian behavior. And antinomian, define it here, is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos, law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism and turn it on its head. Fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the three pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week. As they're spread out throughout the year. He regularly, as I mentioned, pronounced the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists. But people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws, and in particular things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the ninth day of the month of Av, which was regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destruction of the temple. But there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient. Perhaps so by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and in line with his claims to be Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer apply to the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in the Shabbatite community with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right to the very end. So, kind of anxious behavior and challenge to traditional norms was something that was very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, one Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he was barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on, not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll. He actually invited his friends to come up and had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. Um, and he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs, which he believed there was like lots of Kabbalistic information, and he quoted while he's in synagogue with the Sabbath service. So in many ways, he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life, but this enamored him to his followers. The idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of he from women, something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through a proto-feminist. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening? What's the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. In 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening, he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship for the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly. According to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of sympathy and perhaps even going into impressive. But ultimately, what happened was he converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan. He didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200, 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the Jews, they exist really right up until the 20th century. His wife Sarah Shakir also converted to Islam and joined. By the way, this image you can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman and Amidala, and you would see exactly the same hairstyle. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. He Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his followers now that had been met, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with their Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in reading of Psalms and prayer, and in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book that he would recite in Yom Kippur liturgy. Looking beyond Shabbatai short but eventful life, we see that the actually are small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's a of mosque by the he also had a significant impact on later quasi-messianic works like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Hassan Ibashir, shown here, the great Ramchal, the author of the Star Time, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. There were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrine. I do have a few other longer lectures on this more, but for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It's nice to see that the number of people who are interested in is significant, and thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you will continue to find them of interest. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish history labs here. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. So to that end, I created an online course that's open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded, so you can get a sense of how well you absorb the material. Some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class. I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume, that is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the stages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below, and I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still used words like mendacity. Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to kind of bury coded things in his writing that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba liked to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. Jews are settling in Amsterdam, they have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedom associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christians living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute one third, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had two schools. I wonder why they had two schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish one school and two synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, one synagogue to pray in, one synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region. Some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You'll recall that Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more convenient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debt. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to arrival in 1654, but they were isolated individuals that came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer who was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't make much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor, then New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So a small group of bedraggled penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps they're faith-based or some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude. You know what I mean? At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially, irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his boss in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. Ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to the marketplace. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also was among its shareholders. So Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migration to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York and it's under the British. And there are basically six Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the South, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is very important. Riviera is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands, kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces, centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Elie Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retakes the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast. You can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. A lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like the only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of the often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here, this Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000. By 1860, to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation, and the only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in a more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and it's also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area, and you kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and they'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that has developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's, things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath, and kosher, and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decided to go to the civilized countries to the north, 111,000 to South America, about a quarter million to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Eviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say, in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about a quarter million in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 1,000 by the time you get to the year 1800. And that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over a million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe, and otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Today I'd like to speak about the birth of Hasid, an important movement that had tremendous impact on religious history and social history for the next century. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at that is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term reform Judaism that refers to the American equivalent of Judaism in Western Europe, but predated by the Hasidic Revolution, although it's a very highly traditionalist kind of, especially when compared to the more liberal Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So, historiography has evolved kind of gradually spoken about many times. Took a very liberal view of Hasidism. We understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic that was associated with poorly educated, the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches, including Zeno, for example, took a much more economic approach to development of Hasidism. But I just wanted to give you the sense that the views of what is Hasidism, what is significant, what is its theology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand the context of its evolution. Earliest development takes place with the Western Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. That's exactly what I do. I don't know what it was talking about. This is really good.
By establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but basically the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to have some changes in borderlands, some areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of settlement. And exceptional Jews like the talented Currency and Global History. It's backed by data. I've been live streaming Telegram for more than a year. When I started with the coin, it was worth less than a penny. Like 2 weeks ago, it was worth like 7 cents. Last week, it was at 31 cents. It has like a $300 million market cap, so it's a very serious coin. Abe Rothschild said that he's going to perhaps buy into it allegedly. He should. Anybody else should as well because it's going to be really big. Reason why is I've been live streaming in a Telegram 24/7 taking questions for more than a year. Up here, I'm in some Discord. You're going to see coming up a whole bunch of Discords. All these devices are in Oh yeah, this is a big deal, my friend. You're live on Discord here and live on YouTube here. The different platforms on which I am are YouTube, Discord, Telegram, currently I'm live on all those. Twitch, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on Billy, which is huge in China. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on quite a few different ones. It's really pretty phenomenal, and I do my best to multi-stream to be uncancelable. So if YouTube doesn't like what I say, that's fine. I'm still archived on all over the internet, and some of my streams are even labeled with my name on them. So they're essentially archived for the world. And I've done what I can to essentially create a time capsule for humanity that goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You've been able to watch my life in 360 degrees, 24/7 for more than 3 years. And when the world finds out about this, it's going to be very, very exciting. I think so too. I think it's definitely interesting. Wait, so if you're live all the time, like, how do you masturbate? Yeah, great question. So one of the things that we do in our community, we do our best not to, so to speak. If I do have to do anything, generally I'll just get under the covers, and no one knows what I'm doing under the covers. But yeah, I do my best to essentially retain as best as possible. The more I retain, the higher the coin goes. Like I said, $300 million market cap. Actually, here, let me give you a so over here behind me, we're watching History of Judaism lectures. Oh yeah, you were I was right. Absolutely. And we've got here in the corner another YouTube and all the other things that I said. Billy Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's not. It's big in South Korea. I'm on except okay. Over here, we have my kickbox. So this is really the exciting part. You're going to see front and center the kickbox. Okay, so here it is at the random email. You're going to see it's got a pink cursor. Yeah. Shout out to Santa Maria. He's an excellent admin. And you guys should know I'm going to make a video or platform bigger than any platform in global history. So this is just temporary until I can viral. And I stop spamming everybody and we start doing some really good things with the world. And so shout out to Eddie. He's created a wonderful platform. He's very open to people. And when he does his weekly calls, I think that he does an amazing job of those. And then Santa Maria, I'd like to clear something up. He received a candle middle finger from me, allegedly, and I did not send that to him. Just so you can see my face, I did not send that to him. That's not my character. I don't talk like that. So whoever did that, they're impersonating. So I've been putting there. So what you're going to see here is just using a temporary email address. And this is really exciting. It's getting that 6-digit code that everybody needs to log into their account. Doing that all on this is for Eddie and Santa Maria. This doesn't always work. So you have some users they're trying to join your platform and they're unable to. They get too much other people have issues with it too. It's not just me. It's not just VPN. So what it's going to do just takes a few moments. It's going to press the I accept button, which it just did. So as you see, it worked this time. So its name is Join Rabbi's Discord. It's a random number generator. masters of the name that you shout out to all the people on the front page right now. And it's going to close some boxes, which you'll be able to see and do. And then it's going to automatically go all the way to the bottom of the page because I want it to be able to have a JSON to load the entire page in its entirety. I have it shut off just like notification and things just to make sure that the bot continues to be as consistent as possible. So you see its little fingers moving here, my hands are right here. It's really pretty cool. I mean, did you manage yourself? I did. Yeah, so I've got another one that I built as well right here, right next to it. And then I have this one here. This one's a little different. This one's in iShow Speed. He's a YouTuber, if you know who that is. And I'm live in his Discord right now. And his moderation team, some of them like me, some of them don't. Some of them think it's funny to just kind of boot me, not keep me very close to them, just like kick me from the PC. You can see whenever I get kicked out of this, so like when you get kicked out, it looks like this. And so if that ever happens, I just have to turn the mic on. You watch my hands here, it'll bug me back in. The fact that we only have sources about him that were quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he wasn't actually over here. Yeah, this is high-tech stuff. So over here, what you're going to see this bot is going to have in the text that I usually turn out, and you can use that to sources, as you can tell, tax records that they send out basically all electric technology, environmental technology, all of that. Just among other things, essentially, what it will do is it will recognize when it needs to, and it recognizes that the account did not log in for some reason correctly, it will start the whole process all over again. So to save time a little bit, just so you can see how it actually spans, just for a moment, and I'll show you. I'm using a piece of software actually it's really amazing to watch it. Don't move. Right. Numbers of increase what you gonna do? So it recognizes where this follow button is. And so the follow button could be anywhere on the page, and it's a very smart bot. It has basically image recognition technology, so it knows exactly where to click. It just followed him, and now it's going to create a clip of him, and it's going to post my Discord in here, and then it will publish it. And then once it's done publishing, it'll come in and spam. If anybody doesn't want this to happen to them, the best advice is just do the 2-minute delay on your chat, and you'll never get any spam. So that's basically how the bots work. And then additionally, I'm in, come over here and I'll show you some of my other bots. I'm live on 3 different Chromebooks here. I'm live on Aiden Ross's Discord here. Neon, we can talk about Neon's Discord. Neon, get your shit together and talk to your moderators. Then they invited me back, and then every time that I try to stream, they got me from streaming. So this goes for everybody in your moderators. Check with your moderators. Unban Rabbi Rothschild on Discord at least. I won't spam you. All I want to do is bring the world together. And with that, I do have some shout-outs. Do you mind if I do some shout-outs? Yeah, go ahead. Excellent. So I wrote this, and this is really heartfelt. And you'll see, I bonded with all these streamers over the course of the last 6 months or so, even though they may not know it, because I see them all the time. So firstly, please join my Discord. That's discord.me/. If you want to view my blog, it's let's try to understand. If you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, in practice, first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, 4 really big things we have to know. First of all, 613, or that refers course, the number of commandments calculated. When I say in the context, um, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and other authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews who call themselves Orthodox and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time, they weren't still in Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, is 613, the Echnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis. They don't say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which have to do with intimate relations? They would say for sure. Scholars do the mikvah and ritual baths, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of general, like what they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has garden work. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But 95% of things they're total. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Zohar Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Zalman of Yadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad, who are very important in Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. You can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Martin that Hasidism spread very far and wide their dynasty. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid Mezrich passed away, and tradition began to define it. Fascinating that in many ways the Echnagdim called themselves opponents. They had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating what is it that we believe that is possibly different. Most significant king of the Echnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Messiah, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, a great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Echnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, the corruption of the book, particularly in Volhynia and Moldova, who would want to go to a ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer time. One of the aspects of Hasidism is fascinating, I think, is the notion that, how big is it, how long before last, when exactly is it? Always like measuring things. Hasidus says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Mishnah don't pay attention to intentions, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restricted prayer time? Start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of the topic. Three, they recite the prayer of the Alvi, meaning follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule. Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Sfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter over whether the knives are sharper or duller. The sharper knives are more easily mixed, but duller knives require more pressure, and these things could have an impact on whether an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community and economic implications that Dino's primary contribution to the historiography of the same way. The debate between the Targum and Hasidim looks at an economic aspect as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes Jewish life, like taxes on poetry, taxes on candles, things like that. That, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanian, the Misnagdim argues that the Hasidim disregard the state of Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should do. And more than, oh my gosh, you're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for decades and have already completed the entire time. They've already done that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic are associated with unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention. Like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that. The Lithuanians really look down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Christ, who discusses the law. The Hasidim were kind of up front for Sabbatean movement, and it's to really be excavated now before it further affected the body politics. Now, when these charges first came out, all the Rebbe and there was a tremendous went to the Magon saying, they want to see an audience try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand it. They were unsuccessful. They were unsuccessful as an audience. In fact, Nagdim counterreacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the century. Jews are unruly from known to have sexual feelings about the writings of other Jews that those words do complain. But by the way, that's much more. I just never once, but she is very intelligent. Any of my books, that would be great. Almost no one brags on Kip's harder. At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbands against Misnagdim, and it also important. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781 and in 1794 when a rabbi in Pinsk, Misnagdim lost the job to a candidate. He denounced the Hasidic secular authorities, and the Tsarist government is always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements. Actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneir Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with a very strong possible sitting in Estancia for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Mastagim and Hasidim, the Mastagim were also visiting about, how to react to this, because this movement really grew and leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. It was Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Mastagim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like building the yeshiva of the which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania, and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along the Hasidism. What Steinman said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely, you better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy. He's amazing. And in fact, that's what the Jewish are known for more than anything else. It's their incredible attention to detail and their incredible study of the Talmud. But we do need to remember the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon was a Kabbalist, but the Snagger's mission was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Nidra, the revealed Torah study for a sister, the hidden Torah. Even in kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself, they were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim, also the associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah form. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, okay, I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. The toast post has a problem in it. Figure out the problem, and I come home. But I said to Rabbi, I have to admit that, felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day, because they're like my intellectual problems and solving them, and then going home for dinner, right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus, and many, many times I simply couldn't put it down, and I already gotten way past my yeshiva stuff, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Malone. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the pages. This is really important. You got to study this right now and know what it means. Because it's not a classical puzzle. It's life itself. So, if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. It's sort of a discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim and Stockton had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, called a Rebbe, to that in some cases they regard the Rebbe as sort of intermediary before God, which is really, very much everyone who plays FIFA, shout out to all the so especially those guys with Messi on the wall. Un saludo para Tatiana. La razón 9.597 más un saludo para todas aquellas personas que aman a Lionel. So they are like 10 different guys with Lionel Messi on the wall. All of you guys are amazing. To the Harry Potter Obama's community, thank you so much for all your support. We've seen good times, we've seen bad, and we're only going to see the best times in the future. Harry Potter Obama Sonic and Inu to the Moon. They're the best community in Web3. Shout out to all the Web3 on Twitter. That's the art epicenter of cryptocurrency. I want everybody to know that I'm here to technology. Just some quick things that I want to do to help refine the next video. I'd just like to close by saying, all they do is change colors on their phone. We need Steve Wozniak as the Apple CEO. Sundar Pichai at Alphabet completely different. And we're just really disappointed as people of how Google's being run. The search engine doesn't work well, or AI is a joke in a many company that should have been at the forefront of that is your company. Microsoft, Windows keeps getting worse and worse. Windows 95 was the best one. Windows 11 is a disaster. Windows 8 was a disaster. We need improvement in all aspects of society. Why is it that it's Windows 11, and even though it seems like I've got update shut off, it'll just randomly update when I'm using it. It's just incredibly ridiculous, some of the stuff. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, dude, we need someone to review our data, improving our software, and if anything, I hope Microsoft can have some impact on you to work on making the metaverse really special. It needs somebody cool to be its spokesperson. I think I'm going to be the spokesperson of the metaverse. As of right now, it just doesn't have long-term viability if it doesn't get more people involved. Bezos, I want you to know that you essentially have invested a lot of money and it would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just a Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much Western Europe. There are Jewish for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, but an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the United States Carrara and the whole river valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced outdoors, like everybody in Carrara, and while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, a lot of buildings were destroyed. He has encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers Arimathea and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world. A lot to offer. Well, very controversial kind of thought, but many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8th chapter, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of out of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit with our Jewish worldview, fit with it all. Del Rossi's insight was something that was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up and hey, we can learn something from the outside world. For example, Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept whoever speaks it, we can find lots of moments in Jewish history where there have a much more kind of like open-minded credit approach, and that oscillates with a kind of like internal inward focus perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates in these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jews definitely far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who recall were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish, wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of the Portuguese Jews ended up, but also in the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Muslims. Certainly the most important of them, the secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like hard. It's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even where I grew up, the Quebecois French. Comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax, and the vocabulary had huge overlaps. But speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out the 15-20% of the vocabulary and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew, and note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat, Kashrut, and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism, Jewish culture, to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskala. Haskala is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OT, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. In fact, even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seems to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Mitnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time you show up for minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Maskili actually made. But the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive, or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. among the people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one here of these coffins, where if you happen to wake up not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery and you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after the declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh uh, as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible. There is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Mendelssohn to try and articulate a statement that would be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of rights, would also find expression a little later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some masculine, like David Friedlander, who was Mendelssohn, said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society. Essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous, Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern, was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, the heavy lean towards assimilation, you necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation. And adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of a wide spectrum of Jewish experience, human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism, we'll discuss those as well later on in the course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, a big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening in a dire political context. We mentioned a couple lectures ago, Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would never return to their families. They would end up assimilating into Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is the way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish population. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust, he ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim have to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Tzaifa, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Bolivia, the martial devotion, to fan the embers of feeling, right? The Hasidim with their ideals of closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was self-observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzvi that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Hasidim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. It's worthy of note that today A couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and the Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it, talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe, share this video with other people who would like it, because one of my, increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins in the 18th century and ends in the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, equal rights throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now it's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term. So we'll go with it. The Jews prior to their emancipation were not slaves, not the same thing as the African American experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, late 18th, 19th century. So, by way of background, it's very important to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So, before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism. Everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the ability for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage, and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom, very unslaved like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights, groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large farms and manors, things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the recipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burghers, so they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closer to them. They obviously were not clergy, which was another box that you find in medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi amarai regi. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burglar-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and holding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending. A lot of cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last regions to emancipate the Russian Empire, they were also the last to emancipate Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farm and essentially do work-like activities during the harvest season. Then they would go into the city during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, in for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated Mora Judaico, this kind of medieval oath where because Jews were considered untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliation when they were making an oath in court. They had to stand on a pigskin on the chest there, holding on to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, fits and starts, granted these things to the Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, and saying that Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship with society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let's not forget that much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of society being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews. And one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. Um, and by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these people were kind of like off the skin of social structure in 18th century America. Uh, 19th century as well, they were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness was largely exclusion. are skin tones visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. Tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. There's a lot of hesitation to like giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, and also the nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and of course the Jews. So, viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted, because they did not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that three of these disabilities, although the single oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was approved, that was applied specifically to New Hampshire. So, in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step in. You have a facet where social change precipitated legal change. Where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation but could not immediately hold office because of that that not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So, in other words, you have this situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always in him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing the Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in the governmental circle, they abolished the Jewish vote. So, emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and brackets male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which it frees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the United States of America, the declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. This Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Rabbi Rothschild actually said, "Hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine?" And so she composed a declaration of the rights of woman and citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can be defined either as a male or as a female, but the French government is not willing to accept that. They're really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, "Hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west south of France, Bordeaux and Bayonne, and much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader economic profile and things like that. In Alsace, on the other hand, spoke British as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germano-tropic in their cultures, tended to be far more observant of Jewish law at home and more significantly in the street. So what happened in France in 1790, the emancipation was extended to these Sephardic Jews, and it was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to Alsace-Lorraine. Now that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted, and they rushed all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, immigrant. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce, and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. So a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period, but they haven't met in 1900 years. They were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I, Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the assembly of Jewish notables that was prior to the meeting of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating. It gave us an insight as to what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? Like, what's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two enforcement agencies. What if Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? They be culpable French law, all kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability, is that a word? The assimilability of the Jews. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer, no. Marriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon. Certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have been to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Hasidim, a very small number of Jews who represented point what we would call the Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on the well, not exactly, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but essentially knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted and provided him with them. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, the nodal gathering, he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Would they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemy? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars once every 30 or 40 years. Right now, let's put that behind him. But he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? What would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, "Jusqu'à la mort." They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers. He said, "Great." So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and they headed by this man, David Stein, who has an absolutely amazing accent. That's I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day with a commentary in the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how he directed the organization of Jewish synagogues in France, but at this point, Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II kind of like a very important emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were in Austria. That's very important because rights, as opposed to concessions, is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100 odd years was really quite distressing. Austria, like much of Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was pushed back, and the revolution came on the liberal side of the spectrum. So, with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote unquote not dependent on religion. But in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back, the constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Chassam Sofer, a very important Rabbi Rothschild, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation go hand in hand, and we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have that the maintain integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation as well. This is also a period of social change in certain areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully, we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, long struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to so emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner. There's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany, you had a situation where very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm Dole, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. By and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian, a very heavy debate that's over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler. He argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster of the Holocaust. That's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today, I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late. As long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, which is part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews that need that critical mass to move political agenda along. Prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of face with the secular authorities, and so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships, where the Stadtland, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews began to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily conforming with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership. And that's when we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution, like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like it went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties. But nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnya Volya, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him. You see in the contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out of the empire that the emperor, the son, Alexander III, gave to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. Now that the pogroms went way out of control, the Russian Empire and the government was certainly not the architect of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration of the police force was exposed as being inept, excessively bureaucratic, slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly released rail lines that were connecting many communities. Pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rashka, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority fear tremendously. So it was the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for 2 years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status. Or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles, Ukrainians, sorry, and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just got way out of hand for the Russians. Now, Matt has a few charts that I'd like to show you right now coming from an article by Rothschild that point out something that maybe should be fairly obvious, but no one else acknowledged. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to certain teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews. Long-term resentment that goes back to the Magnitsky Rebellion, the Haidamach Rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors with few significant punctuations of violence like under Magnitsky in the 17th century and under Honka in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history tells them it was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but a lot of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that number of pogroms in the year 1800 to 1928. And I hope this is the last number because I always thought there was a bunch in 1919, but it's taken a face value for now because the pages are really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when there are terrible crop situations, especially before 1881, that do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of rules. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904 or 5, of course, pogrom and the Civil War pogrom, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence. So what's going on? So the authors of this study did was very clever. They took together both of those variables with violence. And this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. Now, there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. I mean, those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbor in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the under these circumstances, right? You've got 3 years of, chaos, confrontation faced in the crisis that we discussed in the previous video, we have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. The first is actually the most traditional of all. That is great. Historically, are going increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. It is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem. It just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could, in fact, become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its way of operation. It's called the 1905 Revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had more authority to utilize parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, and so did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented the way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this will be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with a large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism, in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. This was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that returning to Israel is part of the messianic future, and by forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and is trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break from tradition. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism. That said, essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change the society to become socialist. such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We are also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backward in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. The Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer period in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and then came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charities, represent Jewish interests, for democratic governments, and so on. The huge difference in the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary. A person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with a community, or not. That's, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources for communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of, not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which was not the case with diaspora nationalists. And finally, a last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are really are still in many ways thinking the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an orthodox kind of way of thinking, and they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activity. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian Empire, which turned out not to work out that way, but not in the 20th century, not the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well, God willing. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jewry, which represents a very large proportion of the overall Jewish public. So the renewed traditionalists, with parties like Agudas Yisrael, Agudas Achim, and other groups, they essentially try to promote a religious agenda that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within the democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay, those are the 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last slides, but we will be putting it in a graphic format so it's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum, the way we would study it in, American political science or things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats will be just slightly left of center, Republicans will be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. You can have our nest. Uh, do we believe, political parties or political organizations would argue, in developing Jewish life here, so in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it north, over there in Israel? Are we more Zionist inclined than diaspora inclined? Every party has to fit on both the X and Y axis. If you look in the lower left quadrant where you have socialism and Dorkite, the most important party is the General Jewish Workers Bund, the UNB, that was actually one of the earliest parties formed illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Palestine, Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so the Bund really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the more industrialized north. By the time you get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card-carrying members of the Bund. Now, backing up, what about in the quadrant to the lower right, if we have this match, national, definitely very big not favor the idea of Israel, but they did think that the country had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. There really more existed than a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very important, the Zionists, and there are many, many shades of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl here, the father of modern political Zionism. In 1897, same year as the Bund, had the General World Zionist Congress, and the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine General Zionism. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism. This is contrasted from the revisionists who are up here, sort of like more extreme, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, but definitely in kind of political sense. Vladimir Jabotinsky is the most important figure and activist among the revisionists. And they essentially believe that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel, or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach was basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, there, talk to that important leader, and eventually you negotiate for Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, these must be much more aggressive. They must be much more militarily trained. They should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. And Jabotinsky essentially formed the party later. Finally, if you move over here, the upper left quadrant, you have a very important workers of science, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the ideal of the born Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is mowing the land and draining the swamps, things like that. That's kind of like the ideal of Wale Zion. And this movement is primarily responsible for the core of the Labor Party that dominated much of Israeli politics. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis. Right? We have X, we have Y, now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved green line, and this represents the religious party. Because up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion. That leaves out a huge number of Jews who still held religious values and Judaism was sacred to them, and they did not want to, abandon. So, the first group to look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the messianic idea. They followed in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who was a brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound Zionist, although he was not specifically politically motivated. He didn't lead a party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were encapsulated in this rock. And then finally, and I'm actually saying finally for real right now, we also have those traditionalist Jews, the renewed traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of this spectrum who were anti-religion or neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Agudat Yisrael, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyam Hashas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I'm going to give a 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 folios that over the course of a 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most Israel does. They think about, what do Yeshiva students need, what do Kollel families need, and they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of traditionalism. So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Allah Shalom, would always say, Henry, it just gets worse. Okay, I hope you found this enjoyable and enlightening. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. Lots more people are interested in studying Jewish history. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, video is happening or a premiere is happening where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership which give you access to other lectures and live events and things like that. But I'm really happy that you're with me for this video. And I look forward to speaking to you in the next. Thanks very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by 3 large empires, moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These 3 large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these 3 great empires up to much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these 3 regions, the particular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaty, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and here map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and a tremendous exaltation for the Poles. Although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump state. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it was able to buy Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of the gains of the new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of it. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, as a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within the Soviet Union. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with the treaty. They want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917. Although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918
Hey, we're listening to Jewish History Podcast.
Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were Julian calendar, which did not have the same calculation of days. Like in February, we had 19 days. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February, but the revolution occurred in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff, sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time.
No, I'm watching this right now, my friend.
Petrograd, which was a Russian
Some of it, it's very good.
That was founded by Peter the Great 100 years ago. St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Berg is a German suffix, meaning city. So the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, but they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important um, day that we commemorate this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that. That's not really what important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them. When they have machine guns and things like that, so it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread. This riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested, assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic, federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically didn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's effort. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Vladimir Lenin, Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat, there's usually a bag of money, and quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it's a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local, groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been reported as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who was shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron, Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there, representing Russia, on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word internationalist. I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly with stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got pale. He's also got warlocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. There's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by the Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what it's talking about. Thank you very much for watching. According to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested, assassinated later, and it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. They called themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it. The communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here. Vladimir Lenin, Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes. Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday with the collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet Union, and take it further into the disastrous civil war period that followed. And in particular, I'm going to focus on the experience of Jews in Ukrainian lands, primarily because that's actually something I know something about, believe it or not. Before we go on, I'll have a look at this page here, which shows you a remarkable artifact of that unusual era. This is a 100 Karbovanets bill from the brief-lived independent Ukrainian state. And as you can see, on the upper left, it has the word Sto Karbovanets in Ukrainian, right? Of course, the official language of the country. And on the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish, because Polish was an official language. And then at the bottom, underneath the number 100, you see in Yiddish, Under Kardopances, which is an amazing thing. Yiddish was actually an official language of this brief-lived Ukrainian state. We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world, and several of them in the former Soviet Union eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some readers. It has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by a fairly important publishing house there, Dilke Litera. And so if you're curious, you can get it in either English or in Ukrainian, whatever you like. At any rate, what I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable rapprochement, that is, coming together, a meeting of minds of populations that had lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis for a very long time, for centuries. And that, of course, was the Jewish and the Ukrainian population. It was very, very different populations. Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, and cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population, a larger population, but had very little power in urban centers. And the Jews, on the other hand, highly literate, highly illiterate, were long oppressed and restricted by Russian authorities, but now looking for opportunities to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire that suddenly became possible, of the government, and war related to and the Ukraine, they began to talk about perhaps creating some kind of new democratic society together. When Russia became communist, and we spoke about it in the previous lecture, this became much more significant. The parties who were left socialist, those parties who were comfortable, felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with which is studying for a long time had exhibited had any kind of alliance with a larger public, much more Russell centric phenomenon where minorities with the ruling power rather than aligning themselves with oppressed parts of the society because obviously as a minority it's dangerous to be on the wrong side of the tracks when it comes to this kind of thing. So they ended up aligning themselves with the Ukrainians as they moved more and more towards independence, even from the Russians, because originally they viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated society that perhaps the Russians were the most significant of the nationalities, but the Ukrainians would have significant powers to themselves, and they began to move towards total independence, which was definitely a big break for the Ukrainians as well. And so during this period of time, there was actually a remarkable effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews. And it was extremely important because the Jews were, quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Margochi, who's one of the great world experts in Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews were in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the border. Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Ukraine Ukraine because they're on the right bank of the river, which flows from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. So this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control anything. Of course, it would explode a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds of documents from this period here, and it's actually a document related to community, and you can see that it's written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page, but the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter, and so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have, and so whenever they had the letter I in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space, and then afterwards actually write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. That gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. It actually becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you the technology. It is kind of weird. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriters, but the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways would make the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who were active in Ukrainian linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, in the previous lecture, monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to, either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government. Communist. They engaged in very brutal attacks on Jews. There were a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was there, and there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens, people like Nestor Makhno, who were associated with attacks on civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were far away from large centers. It was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands. A reasonable estimate of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since, Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey has written a remarkable book called It's Civilized Europe, the pogroms of at any rate, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, and specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that up to 40% of the pogroms were attributed to the Ukrainian Directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Petlura. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petlura was a former journalist. Early on in his career, had actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He'd written some positive things about Jews, work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1990, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides, not only the Soviets, but also the whites and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petlura did not act forcefully, demonstrably, to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petlura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens is the Jews who are beleaguered and are attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many locations are actually pogromized several times, they recognize that Jewish Red Army leader Leon Trotsky is much more effective in controlling that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a set of special training programs for these British students, some of them literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they'd never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by interwar Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic dominated by Moscow. Petlura and some of his associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petlura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard is in Paris, says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petlura?" And Petlura says, "Oui." And Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested, and he's taken to trial for assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the wrongs that occurred under Petlura's watch. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petlura's guilt or innocence in the early period of the fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps starting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbart, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting, to Petura's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbart as an avenger of the massacres of the Pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to understand Petura as, let's say, an architect of the pogrom, some kind of that doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them, and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might do so even faster than he ultimately ended losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. That, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of Settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. That's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II. It was a tremendously, expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. But let us begin with the discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Dimenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in the early period. Dimenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into the new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted and there were still, numerous forces, including particularly the Ukrainian Directory and Makhno and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is, the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. So the communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempt to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressive in attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. This went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEP, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take 2 steps forward. And, the new regime could not maintain the phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you'll recall immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time, till about 1924, that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but if we focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There were some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union, but others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual, coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union, and he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s was dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are, Liebenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of war communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to, explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was like sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym VITSIC, which referred to the All Russian Central Committee, and in Yiddish, they say that it wasn't a Russian acronym, it was a Yiddish acronym for 10 Eden Kommandier, where 10 Jews are in charge. That was not a truism. You never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but they were very important, influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size of the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was the vast majority of Jews who were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who were religiously oriented, recognized the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So there's this great complex of issues involved. The thing that made the Soviet popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to pogroms than the other forces that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support for the Soviet Union. But as we shall see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 1920s for all of the non-Russian nationalities, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word, difficult to translate into English. Koren can mean like a root, and so it translated as rootification, like root as in a tree, or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general society and identifying those elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but socialist in content, meaning they could wear their national costumes, they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as none of the things they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism, right? Nationalist in form, okay, but socialist in content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialist in content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of Korenizatsiya was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like, theory operating that communism was the true form of human organization. And if you dug below the accreted layers of corruption that came in from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses or dancing the hora, or the kreplach, or whether they ate, I don't know, hey, whatever it would be naturally communist, only you get past all those other things. So that's the policy of Korenizatsiya. And what Diemstein did was he took that material and let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures, talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which was this idea of atheism, because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of tribal filial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union put up in the 1920s was a thing called League of Military. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they're showing obviously Jesus, who's getting all of the various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of religion being opiate of the masses. That religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high, and unable to appreciate your true class enemies, things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezboznik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort trying to do things crazy, rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated Stalin and Marx instead of Moses. That Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material across. Yiddish was considered the true language of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew characters. But that was the native tongue of like 97-98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention lavished on anything in Yiddish, which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this tremendous, culture effervescence. In fact, in the 1920s, it looked very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because the more they poked around with it, the more they messed it up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms, Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. But and also in modern Hebrew, closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with thought. So what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language, like, for example, chaver, which is translated into Russian as tovarich, English, comrade? How do you speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is, okay, you keep the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew spelling. So uh, for those of you who are familiar with the letters, the word for kaver in Hebrew in Yiddish is het, vet, resh, three letters. But in Yiddish, in the Soviet period, it was written chaf, aleph, vav, vav, ayin, resh, which is six letters. And if you didn't know what you were looking at, you would totally thought. So many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all of the nationalities in this form. Ukrainians, for example, had a letter G, G, which is distinct from the Russian letter G. And so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. They used the Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looked like the letter H and pronounced it like a Russian letter H. And you could be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, which of course was totally off limits during and you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Sidur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has the words Tehilat Hashem, which means the Psalms of God or the Songs of God. And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate that it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the top to let you know that you can pronounce it as an H. It's really very ironic because one of the things that the Sektia did was they looked at 5 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, so-called manatzbach, that are written differently at the end of a word than if they're written at the beginning of the word, and they said those letters are illegal. You can't use those 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters because hard to learn. It's not proletarian. We should have a simple language, a simple alphabet. They tried to take away 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried to take away the G from the Ukrainian alphabet, and so in return, we forced a new letter on them. Right? You can see the word Hashem, that H is actually an imposition into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate the Hebrew sound. Ironic. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s, explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yevsektia. And one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which was way out in the border with China, 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Birobidzhan. Now, it's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language in Birobidzhan and stuff like that, but they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration there exactly when the Jews could have used it during World War II. At any rate, to sum up, the 1920s, period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but a huge surge of popularity of Yiddish language culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these kind of national inform and socialist content experiments. He shut down the FCA. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at the Petrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results. And what ended up happening was that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power, say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much pig iron over this amount of time. Or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. One of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, massive terror famine that in particular affected Ukrainian regions. In 1932-33, a huge number of people, very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million, huge number of people, and there are larger estimates as well. Colossal, awful, artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his henchmen. It was actually terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began in the Soviet Union, especially towards the end of the 1930s. As people began to see that the glorious reports of Soviet productivity were not evident in reality, rather than wait a second, maybe people are exaggerating their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blamed non-existent saboteurs, that there were wreckers, that were somehow deciding to stand in the way of progress for the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, forced to divulge the names of other saboteurs. It's created an ecosystem of purges that was not at all unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was hunted out everywhere. People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even if a person wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless under the pain of torture and give up all kinds of things. This initiated a horrific cycle of arrest, torture, confession, arrest, torture, confession that resulted in millions of people. Again, the scale is phenomenal, being exiled to the Gulag of Siberia or even executed. And this really consumed the Soviet Union in the later 1930s. And at this point, Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society. And Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor, with the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership, and the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. By the time you get to the late 1930s, what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant. And this is where we're going to pick up the story next when we look at the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation in the communist movement had tremendously disastrous results when World War I. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to be the Holocaust, one of the most difficult chapters of long history. Note that this information is intended for educational content only. I will only speak very briefly about the Holocaust from the context of the period. But if you are curious and are motivated to learn more, I have an entire online course which is specifically on the topic of the Holocaust and it is free and open to the community. Please see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course. What I'd like to do today is speak a little bit about the war period. First, with a discussion of terminology. What is the word Holocaust? Where does it come from? Why do we use that? So, the Holocaust itself, obviously, about the Nazi attempt to destroy Europe during World War II. It was such a tremendous, such a huge, audacious act of brutality that begged a specific term to try to capture what it referred to. In the 1940s, 1970s, various terms were tossed about to try and capture the sense of this historical event. Probably the first term that was used is the word genocide, coined by this man, Raphael Lemkin, in 1944. And the term comes from the words genocide or class, and class of family. Meaning kill, like as in homicide or suicide or patricide, that kind of thing. So genocide means the killing of people. And that term was very useful and of course has entered the language, but it lacks a specific Jewish context. It doesn't specifically address the fact that the Nazis really targeted the Jews and other people such as the Roma and others, but the Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations. Genocide is a little bit generic. A term that began in 1960, Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust as Metal and others. Um, where does this term come from? Well, actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It's a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible. The translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term Olah, which means sacrifice that is completely burned up. In the verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust in order to God. The term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though, the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot and others. But still, it does have some kind of brutality to it. At the same time, it has theological problems. We actually say that are serving as sacrificial lambs. What does that mean? How do we say that next to God motive? It's a very problematic term. So for that reason, many religious leaders are not using the term Holocaust, and they rely on the term Korban destruction, and that term Korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temple in 586 for the Common Era and 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term Korban is definitely popular, but it also adds a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular use. In Israel, the most popular term is undoubtedly Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of the temples and the theological baggage that comes along with it. One last term. We should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think are rather offensive. For example, the term extermination, extermination of the Jews of Europe. Extermination is a term we use for vermin, which plays right into the Nazi ethic regards their destruction of population. Um, there are certain terms like final solution and Lösung, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a mugshot of Nuremberg trials and terms like this, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless, the term that has become most popular in the English language for experience. So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in Europe at this time, you can see this map, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. They're spread out across Europe. The great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, Soviet Union, and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to speak German very well, dress like Germans, have less, outward appearance traditional observance, whereas you have a lot more of the masses of traditional Hasidic and Jews who are much more obviously out. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism spreading in Germany in particular. In fact, a lot of the anti-Semitism the Nazis relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous lectures about the development of anti-Semitism in several phases, from ancient xenophobia to hatred, and into the modern period, there is a very quasi-scientific quality to it, which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspects of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of a conspiracy, specifically that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because they're a tiny minority of the population, is specifically some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. Like, for example, here you see a German language novel from 1920 that shows a hideous kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews are like carrion eaters. They're vermin. They live on decay. They're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races. And once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, reads Sünde will das ein Zeitroman. Sin against the blood, a novel of the time. And the fact that the Jews of Germany were much more assimilated actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, really bizarre children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really kindergarten teacher who became propagandist. This is a book for children called Der Poison Toadstool. And the thing about toadstool is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. You might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality they are quite racially different. Propaganda. Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a global conspiracy, like the French language, Nazi propaganda that shows was some kind of like vicious tarantula straddling the globe, or hear something from the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews carry typhus, they're associated with deadly lice points, and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early war period, the Jew was portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake who is strangling the Austrian people. And the image reads German Deutsche Christen rettet Österreich, which means German Christians save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for the political party in order to save Austria from uh, Jewish snake. By the way, is associated with the communists because hammer and sickle are aligned. That's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler engaged. Now, here's an image of Hitler as a baby, kind of a chilling to look at. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. And when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent here. You can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented and he was rejected from Vienna School of Art. A rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact, he complained about it in his memoirs later. He always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and this idea of the replacement theory that Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of nationalist, white supremacist thought, right up into America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War One, and enthusiastically, he was actually wounded during World War One. He was the victim of a gas attack, which at that time was discussed in a previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was Dolchstoß. And by the way, Austrian heroes here, we should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian. Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, uh, you know, prosecute together, but that's later on. Anyway, here is an Austrian depiction of the anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War One. There's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front, and peeking up behind him is a hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with a leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back. Somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won. Hitler, when he came back from the war, got very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the Beer Hall Putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested. Here, a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, and allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got, credibility for having gone to jail for his right. While he was there, he wrote his memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, which he essentially laid out his program. It's a rambling, incoherent document that lists all of his complaints and his ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, a lot more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s, but he never gained a majority of the vote to his Nazi party. Here you can see the elections in 1988, 20% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1933, its primary opponents were really the Communist Party. In March 1933, was that with a lot of dirty tricks, ultimately at the other party, the communists lost quite a bit in that last election. In many European countries at the time, Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he was able to come to power. Proceeded early on to uh, identify Jews called Nuremberg law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics. That is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that was intended for all kinds of advancement in various careers and public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any taint of Jewish blood. Jews were removed from civil service, from courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind, Palma, widespread, widespread, and it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews in Germany that they had better get. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there are very few countries that would actually accept them at that time. Immigration quotas were imposed, and fewer and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. The war broke out on September 1st, 1939. This followed a secret pact that was signed by the Third Reich and the Soviet Union, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia to invade from either side. Our remarks on that was conquered by the Germans, and then later on in the next video, we'll discuss a little bit the nature of the 2 years that Jews experienced under Soviets. The first encounter that the Jews of Poland and the Baltics in particular had with Third Reich soldiers was primarily ritual humiliation that they endured, often photographed and sent home to relatives and loved ones back in Germany. But it did not seem clear that the Nazis really had a solid plan for what they were going to do with the Jews of Eastern Europe. While the Nazis had planned in advance their military advance in Poland, it did not seem that they had clearly thought out what they were going to do with the Jewish population. More than 3 million of whom lived in Poland itself. But it seemed clear that they certainly wanted to expel them from the regions that immediately bordered Germany, 2 parts east. And so they created this section called the General Government, here shown in Polish. And it's the green area. It was expanded after 1941. The Galicia towards the bottom right of this map. At any rate, that they pushed a lot of Jews into the general government in particular, and for Jews throughout the region, they began to collect them in ghettos. Now, the politics of ghettos was not debated among the Nazis. There were actually voices that suggest that ghettos were not a good idea, that that would allow for greater possibilities of resistance and so on. But ultimately, a network of ghettos was established throughout the region. Some of those ghettos were closed that they became them funds. Often they were at severe risk of being murdered by organization of the ghetto, however, was important. When the Nazis came into the region that they took over, they frequently went to the legitimate authorities that represented the Jewish community prior to the war. And they would go to essentially the president of the Kehillah or the Federation, as the modern term, say, all right, we would like the following things from the community now, a list of names, addresses, and so on. We would like to requisition funds and valuables and so on. And typically, the leaders of the Kehillah, the local Jewish elected leaders, would refuse. They would be shot on the spot. Nazis would then turn to a second generation, like vice president, treasurers, and they refused. They would also be shot. And at some point, they would eventually get which they called Jewish council ended up becoming of the Nazi plans on the Jewish population right up until the ultimate destruction of the ghetto itself. Some of those Jews Nazi leaders quite heroic in their attempts to protect the Jews. The chairman known here was the leader of the Nazi Warsaw, left behind a diary in which he the weather and a lot of personal parents. So he was very worried about the so on. But he describes in detail slowly compressing this Nazi held the Jewish population and the way in which he tried to use them without inflicting much harm on them. By 1940, destroyed the entire population. By other however, widely regarded by the Jewish as aggrandized themselves on the cost of the suffering. Here is currency printed in Litzmannstadt, the ghetto, by Rothschild himself, which portrayed him as some kind of like redemptionist messianic, like frequently derided the local population at the time for the way in which he ordered. The Nazis have not clearly articulated what they even wanted to do with these ghettos. In some places, like in which was run by Rothschild, it seemed that the model was reduction. There was a purpose for having ghettos that somehow related to their utility war effort. Wood was a major textile center, and there were put to work creating, uniforms for Nazi soldiers and lining and things like that. And so having a work permit was essentially a lifeline for the Jews. And somehow the ghetto sort of made sense as a type of center for slave labor. On the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Adam Piernico was active, seemed to be attritionist in nature, meaning the whole point of the ghetto was to have the Jews starve to death, and very few provisions were provided to them, and the Jews were reduced to either dying of starvation or of typhus or of being shot, particularly children, for attempting to smuggle from outside the wall. Order was maintained, or a semblance of order was maintained in the ghetto by the so-called Jewish police, who were set up by the Rat and were hated by the local population for their enforcement of Nazi objectives. There's a tremendous amount to say about the nature of life in the ghettos, which ended from the beginning of the war in 1939 to the dissolution of the ghettos in 1942. Primary characteristic of the ghetto experience was that of starvation, privation, mass death, but there were also some heroic internal activities, such as Warsaw, the creation of underground medical schools, theatrical performances, lending libraries, an incredible array of activity that the Jews engaged in the ghetto to try and return the semblance of normalcy to their existence, even under the unimaginable conditions. Also, unfortunately, very active black market and activities like nightclubs and so on. The amount of gambling, prostitution, and organized crime happening in the ghetto as certain individuals take advantage of the ultimately nothing would matter because all of these ghettos, whether they were productionists, whether they strove to meet the needs of the Nazis, or the demands of the Nazis, I should say, whether they tried to resist, they were all destined for destruction. There were notable episodes of resistance in the ghettos, perhaps the most famous is that of the Warsaw Ghetto. The uprising that occurred in April of 1943. Just by that date, however, the fact that the resistance was quite late. The ghetto was largely empty of it in the summer of 1942. A small remnant that chose to heroically, symbolically. On the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirmed life without necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Rothschild Shapiro, shown here, known as the Kodesh, a rabbi who continued to be active throughout the entire period in Warsaw, organizing clandestine gatherings of pure Hasidic philosophy and giving strength under unimaginable conditions. In 1942, however, the Nazis moved to a new phase of the murder process, and which will involve the death penalty. That we will turn next. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back in the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murder, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series, my YouTube channel on the Holocaust, for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance in the Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular army that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest mass killings, 33,000 killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very toxic form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the General Gouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, the political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places. With a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportation from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day, leaving Warsaw. And when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of the Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their person, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to the gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. This was very common in many of these camps. The Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Dead bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. Crematoria, however, was very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are well. I am really excited today to important news that is a significant milestone in my life, and it also has a positive impact.
Jewish River Cruise. Jewish River Cruises.
The channel for a while, just contract.
Sorry? Or publishers.
Project. For all of us today, that this very day, I'm sending the manuscript to the publisher. Looks like beginning of the pandemic, a few months before it started, and I'm just really pleased to reach this particular milestone. I want to take a minute in this video to talk a little bit about how you can be involved if you haven't been. First of all, the really different thing that I think I tried with this particular volume, and I think it's been successful, is I crowdsourced a certain amount of the research by sketching out chapters in a series of about 100 odd videos called Lab. I've added well, and I'm really say that about 75,000 subscribers and 300 channel members like get involved in a deeper level. But here's the part that's connected to the book. I created a biblical Jewish course where I could put all of the videos and organize them so that, because my channel does get a little bit confusing when I work on different projects, I put the videos in sequence and by relevancy, and I added draft chapters as we went along. So far, 120 course, and in this particular course, I got the best feedback ever. Really, I'm so grateful for telling me a little bit about how this is fantastic. If you are interested in participating in the biblical course yourself, welcome. It would be great to have you there. Links in the information section. If you are interested in reading this enough text and giving me suggestions how I might shape one way or another, or even what other people think, and maybe engage in a little community interaction, if you like, it's entirely open to you. We would love to have you. Okay, I have to get started on volume 2 right now, and I want to thank you so much for helping me out as I put together volume 1. Enjoy the videos, and I hope you have a really good day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to begin the Jewish History Lab series again with you. You may be wondering, especially if you have been watching the Jewish History Lab, wait a minute, aren't we supposed to be going more into the modern period? What are we doing here in the Dark Ages? Well, there's actually a really good reason. As you will recall, the whole point of the Jewish History Lab series is to help me sort of sketch out what I wanted to say in major book that I'm writing for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, the 3-volume survey of Jewish history. And just yesterday, so pleased, I finally sent the manuscript of volume 1 off to the editors there to start working their magic on it, and I'm hoping that in about a year or so it'll be available in print. And now I'm working on volume 2. This morning I got up early, started writing volume 2, and of course the medieval period. So I want to go back to this format of sketching out my lectures, a little bit more fleshed out than we may have discussed in the first time we went through this. And well, I hope you don't mind. Okay, let's talk now about the question of, was there a Jewish dark age? First of all, what does that term dark age actually mean? It comes primarily from 18th and 19th century European historiography, which posits a map that looks something like this. If you look at the y-axis, that's basically measuring like civilization. Up high, you have like advanced and literary civilization, all kinds of arts and things like that, sciences, and at the bottom you have very little. And the x-axis represents time, going from left to right. This philosophical model of history basically posits that you have in the Greco-Roman period huge flourishing of civilization. That's represented here in the work of Raphael, the School of Athens, the School of Athens, that shows all of these philosophers standing around in this gorgeous facility with domes and with all kinds of anachronistic devices, but nevertheless, it's like a big intellectual party where everyone's having this symposium-like atmosphere of discussing high ideas. Right in the center, of course, is Aristotle and Plato. Plato on the left and Aristotle on the right, and below them on the steps is Socrates. Stories of that, but not for now. And this civilization represents like a peak in human achievements, let's say in the 5th and 4th century before the Common Era. Then you begin to go into a period of decline that is especially marked by the fall of Rome. Here's the 19th century Russian rendition of what that must have looked like. Rome was sacked several times in the 400s. This one is kind of interesting because you see on the center right, there's the menorah represented here being taken away from the Temple of Jupiter where it had laid since the conquest of the province of Judea in the 70. And so the fall of Rome represents the end of that glorious civilization, the Greco-Roman civilization. And then you go into this period called the Dark Ages, which is characterized by according to this model, lack of literacy, culture, and arts and things like that. There's still some pretty fascinating things going on, but generally it's not nearly the level of attainments that you have in the Greco-Roman period. Then there's an amazing rebirth, called the Renaissance. That's what the term means, which occurs in the mid 1300s and onward. The classic architectural demonstration of that is this building, the Duomo in Florence, which is such a remarkable representation of the Renaissance because when they first built the facility, they wanted to build a dome on the top, which kind of echoed their imagination of what it must have been like in Greece and Rome, but nobody knew how to build it on an engineering level. How do you create a dome across a gap of 140 feet? So they left the building blank as they were constructing it, saying, figuring one day someone will figure this out. This is like a tremendous chutzpah, architectural chutzpah, and of course someone came along, figured out the technology, and then it was hugely influential. You see this kind of dome echoed in Rome, and even in Washington, and all kinds of places where you have it. So that's the Renaissance. If you look at this graphically, you put these together, and you see that the model of Dark Ages goes from a height in the Greco-Roman period down into the depths of culture in the so-called Dark Ages, and then rises up again in the Renaissance and just theoretically keeps going up and up and up. So that's basically this term Dark Ages, the period where Europe went dark, that we didn't have nearly as much culture and literacy and things like that. And it's also called the Middle Ages because it's in the middle of these two peaks, right? The valley in the middle of these two peaks. So that's basically the model. It's very Christian and Eurocentric, and it basically denies the kind of cultural activities that are happening elsewhere in the world, in particular places like the Middle East and East Asia and so on. So here's our question for today. Was there a Jewish Dark Age? I mean, after all, the Jews are heavily involved in all of these cultures. Did they experience the same drop-off? So first of all, let's just think for a second about the theological approach to time. And there's so much to say about this, but just very briefly, if we put on the same scale the y-axis culture, civilization, and so on the x-axis, we put time. So you begin with Moses right up here. I always love this kind of picture. I saw the Ten Commandments when I was about, 8 years old. It has a huge impact on me. I always sort of, it's too bad it poisoned my mind. I can never think Moses as anyone other than Charlton Heston. But anyways, there you go. And then what happens after this moment of closeness to God, of the revelation at Sinai, when every Jew actually heard the first two commandments uttered by the voice of God. Wow, overwhelming. How can you get any closer to development than that? And from that point on, it's just a steady downhill. There's nowhere to go from that peak. This is called Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. That at least on the level of spirituality, the world must go into a period of decay, because how can you get any closer to God than that particular moment? But this is not a historical model. This is like a spiritual kind of mental model of theological structure of the universe. How does it work in terms of history? So it depends a lot, obviously, on what you measure. Go back to our chart again, and we say at the very bottom, politically, you have the fall of the Judean political entity at the hands of the Romans, the destruction of the temple, the fall of Masada, shown here in 74, and Jews go into a period of political wandering where, if everything worked by natural law, you would think that this would simply disappear. But nevertheless, what they end up doing is they focus on cultural literacy. The Mishnah travels with the Jews outside of the land of Israel in their 2,000-year exile, and that turns out to be a phenomenal catalyst for spiritual, cultural civilization development. You have tremendous figures. I'm just going to pick a few, like Hasta ibn Shabrut. Here's a Spanish language novel about this tremendous Spanish courtier. You have the great Maimonides. We're talking about tremendous achievements in culture when most of Europe was still living at a very low cultural level. We're actually increasing the level of culture. So it's hard to say that they had anything like a dark age, that in reality, the trajectory was definitely upward. So can we use that same model? So that's really what we're going to study for the next several weeks as we look at this Middle Ages, trying to understand when the trajectory of Jewish culture and civilization mirrored that of the decline after Rome, and where, in many places, we see that culture actually expanding. So to answer the question we began with, I think it's really hard to speak of a Jewish dark age in the sense of a huge lull in Jewish creative cultural activity. It really goes much constantly through many of these periods. There may be a few centuries where Jewish history goes dark in the sense that we simply don't have any data on what was happening with Jews living in this place or in that sphere. Visigothic domain comes to mind, for example, that we don't know what was going on in the Jewish community, but the overall trajectory is definitely positive in nature, and that speaks to the stubborn resistance of the Jewish people to simply disappear from the world stage. They continue to develop their culture, their civilization, their literary works, and really, it's a fascinating story. I'm looking forward to sharing it. Thank you very much. Now, period dark look, let's understand of development map and like map I express like more thought how the world was. This is one of my favorite shows. Top left, top right is Asia, Africa, of course. Now this is push map out across there. That was Protestant minister, not especially special in his career. The minister, but as a map maker, America on left there, and Poland. Now, if you go right at the center of the continent, in fact, when you look at satellite maps, Africa, Europe, and the land of Israel, and note that this is exacerbated by the valley rift, very prominent satellite photograph. Basically, to the right of that Jordan River Valley is massive desert. You want to go anywhere from, let's say, the very rich agricultural Nile Delta, left land Israel there, up uh, Mesopotamia, which is on the right towards the middle, that area there. You know, the only way to get from A to B, that's called the Fertile Crescent by the one from down. Israel really is at the crossroads. There's no other way by land to get to the continent. That was not so far off. The road developed away from times. Here's a map showing the road from bottom left, uh, right, Fertile Crescent. They have to go major. One is called Erech Hayam, uh, the Amaris, or the way of hugs the coast about halfway up the Israel and then cuts. And then there was the Erech Hamelech highway, either transported to Brooklyn, New York, where it started under the Dead Sea and then made its way up the eastern part of the valley. This is the turnpike version where there are more tolls, faster highway, right? Less. everything goes through Israel. Goes a camel caravan, dangerous, expensive, all kinds of robbers and brigands on the way. Much easier way to travel through Israel really was crossroads, geographically, economically, and that was more close. Important to note, of course, that not only could you travel up and down the land, but also ideas, right? All kinds of thought, travel, as those further as they make their way. So, more to think about that later. Now, how would maps target? Let's have a look at the fascinating map called Adaba map, located in Adaba North, also called Arabic Adaba. Here it is map itself as a mosaic of a church, bench of the common church, and it was covered over. The church itself was bended. There's some great settled, and they covered it over with tiles. Covered it during an 18th or renovation. It was partially damaged, obscured by the pillars, things like that. But we get a much better look at the fragmentary map. Absolutely gorgeous case, obviously designed for Christian pilgrims coming to the Holy Land. They're coming from point and stop at the church and orient what's going on land, what should we look. Now, like maps, orient word, right? So you have to imagine looking at the map south of the map. So let's get the bottom of the map, like, and looking towards that big sort of blob in the middle, left of the Jordan River flows. But all through the map, there are various sites of Christian significance that are mentioned in Christian scriptures and things like that. So visitors will go tour these sites and understand something about that. Here's a beautiful holy that mosaic, which, by the way, millions of tiles for 140 square feet. Because at the top there, you have holy, last part is holy. It is the original design of Jerusalem running through is the Roman road, the Cardo. I actually have personal experience with the Cardo because when I was a young undergraduate, I worked at Richie's Cardo Cafe. Actually, went right on the Cardo there. To the left was the massive gate. It's actually laid out with pretty specific proportion and very accurate to what archaeology struck about. The idea of was a great focus of pilgrimage for Christians. Of course, we're still living in the land of, course, that another lecture. But eventually conquered by the Muslims, that will be one last detail before we leave the map. Muslims picture of fishermen on Dead Sea. Very Canadian, the mask, furled up sail there, but what's going on with the time? It's warm. At the is the map body of the painstaking created mosaic with other tiles, guys, their original. Just see their hands out of the like shapes of how Muslim also got the region, of course, much of our discussion. Okay, I hope you found this useful. Very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, and let's look at the land of Israel and Babylonia simultaneously. Let's start a little bit with a review of the important political. So here, the background is a beautiful image of the big Alpha mosaic. We're going to return to this in a while. But what were the major political events? Year 200, year 634, specifically in the land of Israel. We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the second century, the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, how Judea, the southern part, central southern part of the land of Israel, especially attacked by Hadrian and his successors, tremendous devastation brought on Jerusalem in particular, and all kinds of terrible things. A lot of the Jewish population moves to the north, where there's a new center developing. Then at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of respite, largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors, who was known in the Talmud as Antoninus, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi himself. This mysterious Antoninus is difficult to identify because Antonin was the name of an entire dynasty. There are several emperors that had the name Antonin in their names, usually the second or third name, and so it's hard to determine which one it is, but most likely the one that's called Caracalla. Because they had similar names, they often had names. So during this period, when, according to the Talmud, actually the for their very close relationship was because at one point their mothers actually switched, and Antoninus was actually nursed by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's mother, and that experience changed him dramatically, although it is important to note that his father was also positively disposed towards Jews. At any rate, what this means for us is there's that moment in time when Yehuda Nasi decides that he's going to take advantage of it, and he specifically organized the codification of the Mishnah. The Roman Empire, of course, is going to be divided. You're going to have the western part ruled by Rome, the eastern part ruled by a place called Byzantium that would later be renamed after Emperor Constantine as Constantinople. Eventually, when the Muslims would conquer it, they would move to Istanbul. This represents an Eastern and a Western Roman empires, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And in general, the Jews experience a steady decline in their status after that brief moment of respite under Antoninus. There is a couple of punctuated moments where it seems to look a little bit better, like Julian the Apostate, very short-lived leader of the Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposed, quite possibly because he wants to get an alliance with the Jews of Babylonia. It didn't work out, but proposed even rebuilding the temple, which generated a certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from being killed on the battlefield, and then ideas disappeared. By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied from a later Christian perspective, obviously, because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor, Constantine. The Persians will end up invading, the Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in the year 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Byzantine Empire, will fade back again just a couple of decades later, and then the Muslims will come in just 5 years later in the year 634 and kind of bookend this period that we're talking about. So we're looking at about 400 years now in a couple of short lectures, but I hope this orients you to the overall picture of what's happening. Perhaps one of the most important things for the long-term survival of the Jewish people is, of course, the development of the academy, the yeshiva. We have two major centers in the land of Israel. They're centered primarily in the north. This particular map is a little bit, I think, distorted in the sense that all the dots are the same size. You get the sense that there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the most important ones, the concentration of the most significant figures were to the north. There were definitely significant figures in the south, in Judah, for example, and the Talmud speaks about the Chachmei Darom, the sages of the south, but most of the activity is happening in the north. The two most significant figures after Rabbi Yehuda Nasi passed away were none other than the great Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. phenomenal thinkers of the late third century who were perhaps the most important in bringing together the text for what ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. They and their successors were involved in this, especially after yet another revolt, this one much more localized, against a local governor named Gallus in 51-52. After briefly gaining some momentum against the Romans now having gone through two major wars against not to mention a minor war in 115, they put it down almost immediately and in a terrifying manner, completely destroying the Jewish population of Sepphoris, for example. But it was against this backdrop, and perhaps because the Jews saw that moment that they had enjoyed under Rabbi Nasi was perhaps going to close forever, that they decided to codify their lengthy discussion of the Mishnah into the first Talmud. Now, it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. This is something of a misnomer. Almost all of the activity was happening to the north. In fact, Jews were barely allowed in Jerusalem at all during this time. The other term that's frequently used is the Palestinian Talmud, which is certainly more accurate if you want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine, but it also carries a somewhat strange distortion as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is the Yerushalmi is the term that's most frequently cited in Hebrew at any rate. They don't use Palestinian Talmud in English. You will see both of those terms. But the Talmud is basically a lengthy, almost like an edited transcript of the discussion of hundreds of rabbis of the Mishnah as it was recorded by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi at the turn of the third century. Now, over in Babylonia, this is a period when you get expansion of the great yeshiva there, which would ultimately eclipse the yeshiva in Israel. Badita and Sura are perhaps the most significant of this period, and they end up writing the Babylonian Talmud, which is, of course, distinct from the Jerusalem. It's written afterwards. It encapsulates what they said in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they expand in other areas. Of course, they're able to go back in discussion. And one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called Nechute. The term Nechute is Aramaic. It means those who go down. It's the same term used in Hebrew today as Yordim for those who leave the land of Israel. Today it carries a slight tinge of a derogatory tone sometimes. That's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia. Jews were going back and forth all the time. Quite often, the Babylonian will start with a phrase like Ki Asa Rav Dimi. When Rabbi Dimi came, i.e. from the land of Israel, and he said, hey, this is what they're saying in Israel, that really cross-fertilized ideas and was extremely important in creating a much larger Talmud. The Babylonian, which is essentially the one studied today. This is a period also when there is a major invasion of someone named Odenathus, who was the king of nearby Palmyra, known in the Talmud as Tadmor. This is a region that was allied with Rome and was actually kind of like a minor principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness, that Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived, completely destroyed the yeshiva of Nehardah in 259, right when it was at its peak under Shmuel, and a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in the expansion of Greece and so on, but by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, it's not entirely clear, Rav Ashi and several others, Rav Hina, were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in the land of Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they had been discussing, edited them. It was primarily an oral document, but then it was committed to writing, and that's ultimately what became the Babylonian Talmud. I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off on the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things. But that's a whole other discussion, very active in the world of academic Talmud. This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history. Uh, Perhaps its most significant modern development is something called Daf Yomi, which means literally a page a day or a folio a day. A daf is both sides of one page, and the this is essentially the world's largest book club. It's been running since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, I don't know, um, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next daf in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendous unifying feature. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews are engaged in it daily. And I'm very proud, I'm putting a little plug here for participating in something called Al-Daf, which is on the screen here. Al-Daf is taking the whole Daf Yomi experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Magidei Shir, people who teach the page of Talmud, in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do that I'm really happy about is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of the Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they are clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers, use different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they're often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be like turned upside down as if to, I don't know, capture evil spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, sometimes they were whole. Were they intentionally broken? Wow, so many questions. But these is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about, and hopefully that will get more answers as the research continues. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up our discussion now of the history of the Jews in the land of Israel and in Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the early Dark Ages, as well. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. God willing, you have a chance to look at the book or you can look at the draft version of it in my course on biblical Jewish history. The one of the we've talked about several of these contributions that Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing, right? The idea of having one day off in heaven, rest, a day that's dedicated to religious growth, family connections, something that's way more important today than it ever has been. We live in such a connected world where you have in your hand the electronic attachment to everything in the world, the Sabbath is a mandatory, like, calm down, focus on the people you live with, focus on your community, focus on your direct relationships with other people. Well, like, go on for a long time. Of course, prior to that, but connected to it is the idea of monotheism, very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we should talk about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for the public communal worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you would have temples which were manned by specialists, the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that the actual work of the temple was performed by Kohanim and Leviim. There are lots of other people who could kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happens there was for specialists. Synagogue is a public place. Synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their spiritual yearnings and be reinforced by a community engaged in the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. Later, of course, into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we find in the ancient Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological records. Now, there's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There's some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that we want to have synagogues when we were forcibly exiled from the temple, but not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mikvaot across the lands of Israel, ritual baths, and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which are important for the laws of purity and so on, and perhaps it's associated with that period. But earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotos inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walk into a synagogue today, you will see they are filled with plaques. Shlomi dedicated the Aron, and Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shel Eliyahu to her father, and this is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community. Specifically, you put up a plaque that memorializes the story. This is the Theodotus discovered just outside Jerusalem, and it dates difficult to exactly place it because it was not in the original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it. Probably from the first century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the first century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotos, son of Etenos, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in the nation's archipelago, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being the head of the synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like the joke about the Kohanim, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, in the first century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? That they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading the Torah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those in need from abroad. So this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It's a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders and Maimonides. We have some examples of archaeological remains of ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. It's a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this as an aerial view, there's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic, and on top of it is this interesting kind of or register. Let's bring this up here, and it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple. Has a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant, has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews of the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple destruction. Has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and the menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. There's still the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, it's just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac labeled in Hebrew. A certain amount of nudity, how shocking, but you see it in the Dora synagogue. Not necessarily nudity, but the synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation of non-Jewish zodiac. You have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? Especially because for much of this period, Jews tend to be very aniconic. When they portrayed art or typically decorative in nature, you geometrical symbols and patterns rather than depictions of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant, more convincing theories is that Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention. They wanted to display the sun, display like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, isn't this beautiful? When you've got the sun and all these other things around it, you can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment. Here is another example of a zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with 4 horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is patriarch Abraham, and he's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flame, and after slaughtering him. But there is in the center, towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also fascinating because Jews are traditionally aniconic, and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the 10 Commandments. Then they certainly don't represent God, but nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? If that's the case, I mean, Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. At any rate, under the hand, it says in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. All kinds of things happen. Here's the ram that's tied to the bush and so on. Fascinating. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of Europa. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the riverside, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. What they did was, if you look on the map here, they buried all of the city sand, which signs like a protection over the Persians. And of course, that means that the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue is in that sort of pinkish area that you can see. It actually ends up being protected from the elements, especially from light. So when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered some gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. On the left, Aaron, and all around it is a registered eye of various wall paintings. Now these are absolutely gorgeous. The color, the density, the artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel and David with all of his brothers there. Three of them at least are saying, "Hey, how you doing?" It's just so evocative and great example of art. Here's an example. It looks like you've got, like, once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and it appears that the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea, and they're victorious. And on the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. It appears like the hands of God. Once again, strange for an iconic Jew, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say when this all happened. The Dura Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s. Here is a really dramatic representation of the incident of the golden calf, right? Very, very vivid colors and lots of like action, and of course bursting out with the middle there. Here's one of my favorites, and it's quite timely because I'm recording the last days of the month of Shvat, and next month is the month of Adar, we celebrate Purim. Here's a beautiful representation of the event of the book of Esther. On the right, you can see Esther there seated on a throne next to Achashverosh, who was receiving a letter, a very typical kind of thing for that particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordechai in honor on a white horse. And this was like one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to facilitate it for Mordechai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants, so look, he has to walk around in half tunic all day. I'm just making that part up. I think it looks good. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in the historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, the development of diaspora in the 1st century, in particular, living all over what would be today Turkey, and of course in Byzantium, that little spot where the Black Sea began. That's Byzantium, later Constantinople. And then if you move through the 3rd century, you've got not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is an old Jewish community, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up to Europe as far as London even. And of course, Rome, the Italian peninsula, has a lot of Jews, as does the Greek peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicate Jewish communities of the same size. Wow, look, there's all these Jews in Zaragoza and in Bordeaux and things like that, but these could be really tiny settlements. It might be three families. Really hard to say what the size of it is, but nevertheless, you get a sense of the great scope of Jewish settlement. There are also, with these really bold starbursts, there are a few communities that also have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian communities are overlapping for the first couple centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites. That's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision. So that's where he would find much of his audience when he's traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time, and the activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmuds, was so important to maintaining connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups in Greek translation, for example. The Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin, and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now things begin to change significantly in the 313, the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, you know what, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve out in Roman law, because although they were, punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship. More significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, which meant that Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor's statue. All kinds of things like that. Because people said, "What are you going to do? Those crazy Jews. They have this really old religion that I don't know. They can't do basic civic duties." And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as we move into the second century. And so they were like, "Hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor. Not kosher." And so there's maybe not kosher, but it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to tremendous persecution as a result. With the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result, of course, Christianity having far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that would put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the official religion. Now, we've talked about this period in several lectures and the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity as a state religion. But there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted. I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research. Doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Toldos Yesho, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus. For example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived, you do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed in the much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus focused or even Christian focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic, even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians as, various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in, and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of pushing back against the Christian narrative. When it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in a translation by Raymond Marty, of course, it would be horribly scandalous and it would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community because some Christians would read this and think, well, this is representative of what Jews think, and nasty things to say about the founder of our religion. It's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, evolution or devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of early diaspora. The creation of the Jerusalem Talmud is what we're going to talk about specifically. Let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of the Great Revolt, the First Roman Jewish War. Tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Judea around the region of Jerusalem right afterwards. This is followed by a smaller revolt called the Pentecost Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, and then a much larger version in 132 under Bar Kokhba. All of these revolts are unsuccessful, and the Roman Empire just rolls right over them with tremendous amount of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region, the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of the north in particular and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is renamed Aelia Capitolina, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit the capital on rare occasions like the 9th of the date in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very strong backlash in the second century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the region of Tiberias in particular trying to kind of reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to a sense of administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows to emerge in Galilee. Ultimately, however, this brief honeymoon in the 3rd century would end, and by the time you get to the middle of the 4th century, once again between the Jewish population in the north this time and the Roman authorities, there is an uprising in the year 352, which the Romans crush. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi or the Patriarch. That would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that will allow the Jews in diaspora, and that major creation is called the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is the Talmud. Think about the circumstances in which it is written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this with the name Jerusalem Talmud? If you're paying attention to the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even visit Jerusalem later on. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? The reality is it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north. Um, and a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea, and also Ori on the forest. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud, the younger sister, Babylonian Talmud referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud Maharava, Talmud of the West, of course, west of the region of Babylonia, or Talmud de Eretz Israel, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until really the 1960s, this was very, very common, but once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined and the consciousness of people who called themselves Palestinians became much more au courant, then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian. But you will see other scholarship is referred to that way. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem. Nowadays called Yerushalmi. What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. Now, we've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes, and I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon and clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidation in order to actualize them. One quick example, for example, on the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says that they're supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit Adar. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like those big navel oranges. But if I walk to shul, those big navel oranges on Sukkot, people sideways at me. Real fruit, etrog, kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron, and the Mishnah is where we get this world Torah that explains a lot of these methods. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video there if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews have actually lived their lives, all aspects of their experience with the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is open-ended world document, and so the Talmud, the Gemara, finishing, is basically the transcript of massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents, very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it's a huge conversation about the human condition that begins a discussion of it. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud, without doubt, the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating study partner, Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in there one thing or another. It's eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. Uh, Text also includes lots of documents called baraitot, Isis. These literally translate as outside text. These are texts that are much older, the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially an elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It's still very, very rooted in the Mishnah, but at any rate, God willing, you can all explore the Talmud your own and discover what you think about that today. At any rate, that's basically what this is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amoraim, which means the speakers or the sayers, and they are distinct from the generation associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanaim, which means the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia, who also get involved in the conversation. And conversations extend basically from the closing of the Mishnah, early 3rd century, right up to about the year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and we have the Talmud Yerushalmi current. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian? If you have a look at this map here, you can see in the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed, and the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic academies were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. It's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you would have people making that trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older system. It started probably a little bit earlier, but it certainly finished earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionally with halakha or Jewish law than it does with Gadata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that is more weight to Gadata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention for most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately, manuscript here. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when a scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after he generated a ton of excitement, it turned out he didn't discover them. He actually wrote them in forgery. A lot of that, but not for a discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. Basically, one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in 2 literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example, the phrase Ki Asa Rabbi, when Rabbi came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So Talmud Bavli, oh, it's interesting that they say this over there in Israel, and they discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli is much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represents kind of like a later update software. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there's a significant dialectical difference between Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable. The orthography, the spelling of some words are if you're using the Babylonian Aramaic, which are the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to readers of Aramaic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was the book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored? And so on. There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, as I mentioned a moment ago, received precedent, much more pride of central place in the minds of the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era, really. This was actually stated explicitly by the great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, Rabbi Rothschild died in 1038. He said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud and contradict the Jerusalem Talmud because the Babylonian Talmud, being written later, as it were, had more evidence at disposal, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud really much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad, particularly. That would include Spain, Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tended to have a much closer attachment to the land of Israel, intellectually and literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely. By the time you get to the period of Shonim, around the millennium, great figures like Rabbi Rothschild began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in Babylonian. And of course, this is much more prominent, but also the same kind of thing. Well, they'll say, we really want to understand the Bavli, and here's the difficult part. What does this tell me? And I'll look back there to see how Bavli. It's kind of like Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independent. Unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscript, one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived the ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary, little pieces of Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript. It was copied in 1289, and the scribe actually said, mistakes. Now we do the best he can, and this is a manuscript that was the basis of the Talmud that was later printed in the 16th century. Did some print steps, which is based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple other versions as well. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragment of Cairo and Giza may restore lost passages here and there, but it remains a very challenging Talmud to study, primarily because the text is not nearly well. Okay.
A lot of crossovers across the top ones too. Keep an eye on that. Like that. I think it ties all the interest. Jahan, Mr. Shogun, very stand-up guy, very bold, very clean in the space. Ideally, should be around. I'd say Jahan, the OGs from HBus. Absolutely, Media Apollo. Thank you. Ghost, was that who was talking? I can't see. Actually, was asked that question. Jahan, yeah, Jahan is speaking. I appreciate that. Thank you. This is a lot of people that are just getting into the markets. They're sleeping on projects. They just think they're like fun and games, but there's just so much more. More than just the content. There's a lot behind them. Right? So much more than just fun and games themes. And people don't realize that. But one of the things that Yo-Yo, one of our leaders, today is that he gives the analogy to one massive performance. You could really find a lot of energy to think about something. Did you cut out there at the end? Yeah, I think I was going to say, we think of it as a performance art piece, and that's one way to think about it. Right, yeah, no, it's super interesting. So you said at the start, there's going to be, there's going to be a lot of, you could say, residual cash flow moving into other projects that were similar at the same start time as HBox, right? Well, I look at not so much cash flow sometimes. I look at there, right? For Bitcoin, that's always one of the metrics I always counted was like through nodes, like any network. Right. No, that's fabulous. Where do you think memes are going in the future? Then you have such them that others do not. A lot rides on a lot of different things. I look at these as really pure, and I don't really, not quite sure how degenerate we're going to get. We're going to have a really high degree. I get that. A lot of people thought like utility altered pathway to eventual Bitcoin standard to a degree. I know the Bitcoin purists really agree with that. That's kind of what a lot of people thought. I think it's going to be high meme coin addiction. And then to an eventual Bitcoin standard. I don't think meme coins will ever go away. I mean, think about it for a minute. If we had tokenization as like a technology option, we created a meme token that was piece. Where the fuck do you think that would go besides straight up? And you have to like societal things happen on the technology around them for the dynamics. It is so. I don't want to ask you any questions, but if others have questions, that's fire away. Do you have time? Yeah, absolutely. Yo, what's up, John? Yo. John, if you look at the ticket Bitcoin, where ticket Bitcoin is right now, it's actually at the same market cap as Dogecoin was in October 2020. And from there, Dogecoin did a 330x 190 billion market cap. And, and the target is returning to 100 billion, like, task, so I think it's early on these tokens that are at like 100 to 100 million market cap. And, like, working on my own stuff right now, but I want to size back in and take a Bitcoin. That's why I built Rotor back on. I work on my own stuff, everything, and we're excited for blockchain, and we want to get the Rennie is really going to be one of the biggest tokens on blockchain. That's going to be exciting. I love that. It's great to hear. Yeah, that's a really good point. And you're not the that I will say is that there are a lot more memes, and what I think is going to happen is going to be less runners ever, and I think that what you're going to see right now is a lot of trust, people going into things where they can trust, and I think we're going into an era where you see devs and all that, and pick a Bitcoin community docs. People can put trust in that, but I also say in the next year, you're going to see the underdog story. You're not going to see that influencers that are winning now. Losers in the next part because they're playing on short-term games, not long-term games. So they're going to end up losers and still doing these PDAs and not adapting to a PDA environment. But I feel like a lot of those people go broke trying to do the same things that don't work when you're in a different adapted market because you will see things go from 200 market cap to 10, 20 to 50, maybe even 100 billion, 200 billion if we go into a real hyperbole market, maybe even 500 billion, who fucking knows. But like, really, you will see those influences and you will see the underdogs start to win, and you'll see people go from like $500, $1,000, the underdog stories again, saying this person this month went from $1,000 to $5 million in a month, and you're gonna see more and more news articles about that to bring more and more people in. Absolutely. So you know what's gonna help with that? I don't know if you guys are. You know all those like a shit ton of a ton of those that's years, right? Usually,
Dog.
like to read very, very few commentaries were written on it. Nothing like what was however, for a period, expansion of popular programs like Naomi study the Babylonian Talmud, a lot more scholars are Talmud, and there is many more reviews that recently completed a massive 51 English translation of the Art Scroll Foundation, absolutely remarkable scholarship. So the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we actually technologically. I hope you found this video useful. And those of you who follow the series know that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing these videos alongside the writing of the three-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for Koren publishers. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I want to thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on the videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people are rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say you call yourself Jew, but actually the real Jew. A lot of strange things. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today, but I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because you should note it's not actually origin, not actually the origin. Precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they add a kind of like little symbol, a little chick next to it. It should be pronounced as J instead of G. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to note that the word is not used precisely time in Jewish history. It is very, very kind of foggy way, and the question of more complicated. Where does the word come from? Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, the variations of the word can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Derivatives of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those kind of. In fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and develops, there's over 60 different spellings, presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew, just in the English language alone. Oh my God. Let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. We have to bear in mind that tone is always very important. Like the word Jew can be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term like I don't know, Spanish or Italian, but it can also be stated with a distinctly negative connotation depending on the context. And people generally speak when that's happening. This distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term was actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schleimovitz in the late 1960s. He actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotation as well. This turned out to not work out, as we have the report. The case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because, what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? The dictionary is supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're describing the reality of the English language. And so what we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. something by labeling it, by the way, I intended as what we have in the end here. If you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, by the way, I intended as. But here's the full definition. So it says here, 1a, a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism, right? So we want to say that Jew, someone who believes in Judaism, okay, and who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note two other words there, the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads, the term usually refers to Jewish people before the Common Era. That's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. What do they call themselves before the Babylonian diaspora? We're going to unpack that in the video. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient or Israelite peoples, those words Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form the basis of religion and culture. Now, note below there is definition 1b, which is offensive, and here the Oxford English Dictionary perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s, early 70s, suggesting that you better label this as a warning, a hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person. Okay, so let's break down a little bit how we got this. Let's start with the earliest text we have, which of course is the biblical text. Look at the book of Genesis, see that there's a pretty long list of genealogy. Right? That's really about. It starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve, and then a few generations from Adam and Eve will have Noah, of course, or Ark, and preserves him and his family, children, from destruction by the waters of the flood. Three sons survived the flood: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter two, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in the rabbinic tradition. Ham and Japheth go on to populate the rest of the world. Their offspring are called the children of Noah, or Noahides in modern English. And this is basically B'nai Noah, or Noah. That refers to all humanity. There are Jews, and there are B'nai Noah, the children of Noah. Jews are, of course, a subset of B'nai Noah. The Jews trace their lineage through a brother named Shem. That's, by the way, the origin of the word Semite. That term Semite was coined in the 19th century, when linguistically developed and wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and they named them after Shem. Now, Shem has an descendant, Abraham. I'm going to put it in different colors. Abraham is what we start considering their lineage. Even though Abraham hundreds and hundreds of years before anyone will be called Jew, nevertheless, Abraham is the father of the people. His term, however, when he is described, is as Ivri, as Hebrew. And the word Ivri relates to crossing, transiting. Why? Because he came from the region of Samaria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River, and then crossing and coming down into the land which is later be called the land of Israel. So, because he came from crossing the Euphrates River, that's why he got the term Ivri, which is rendered in English as Hebrew. That means that all the descendants of Abraham can also be called Hebrew because of that first designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term Jew. Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, Abraham's grandson, Jacob, Hebrew Yaakov. There's a fascinating discussion of the book of Genesis where Jacob has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being, and as a result of that all-night struggle by the river Yabok, the name Israel, which in Hebrew is Israel, and it means one who struggles with God. Fascinating. Also, one of those major things that we're going to set aside because we're really focused on one thing here when we're word Jew. So that's where people associate themselves either with the children of Jacob. For example, a lot of synagogues have a school system called Beit Yaakov or Beth Jacob, the house of Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as Bnei Israel, children of Israel. Now, that's not to exclude the children of Abraham or even the children of Noah, but this is where the name Israel really comes from. Now, what about finally the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons who form the 12 tribes. Number 4 of those sons is named Judah, or in English is rendered as Judah. That's where the word Jew comes from. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? Why would you call themselves Reubenites, for example, after the first of these sons, Reuben? We're going to explain it. It has to do a little bit more with history that happens later. So what happens is, if you're familiar with the biblical account, Egypt, they're enslaved for a while, then they return, and they come to the land, which is later called the land of Israel, and in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. Note that Judah, the 4th son, or really of the 4th son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of kind of a border territory, down in the upper Negev region. That would be Judah. Shimon has kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Judah. That's basically where the Judahites, or those who come from Judah, live. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, but then they come together under a single monarchy, which is kind of like a golden age under the king Saul and David and Solomon. And after Solomon, there is a civil war. And now we're talking about the 9th century before the Common Era. And the land is divided into 2 kingdoms. The kingdom which is still under Yehudah, under Judah. David is from the tribe of Yehudah, and so is primarily active there. In the north, have the kingdom which takes the name Israel. Even though Israel is supposed to encompass all 12 tribes, and Yehudah, of course, is outside it, nevertheless, you have these dual monarchies, one in the north and one in the south. That lasts for about a century and a half. Then in the late 8th century, the Assyrians come down and they take over the northern half, famously exile a significant portion of the population, moving them off into the region of Mesopotamia. This is the period when we talk about the 10 lost tribes. It's not exactly a terminology, but nevertheless it refers to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel and the displacement of its population in Mesopotamia. So that's basically it for the political reality called Israel North. Of course, that will be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel. But that's basically what happens in the northern kingdom of Israel. A lot of that population, however, moved, especially as refugees, to the south. You have a lot of the population of the northern region of Israel actually now living in the region of Judah, or in the kingdom of Judah. The kingdom of Judah, however, does not last that long in the south. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Babylonians under King Nebuchadnezzar, and there is another exile. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the was rendered by modern terminology, but significant sections of the population were removed, especially the nobility and so on. And so we've got another major population in Babylonia, remarkable, often think about, representing the Jews by the rivers of Babylon. Right? And remember when Abraham crossed the Euphrates, they are back at the Euphrates. ziggurats of Babylonian. So you've got about a century where the Jews are now in Babylonia, or a large proportion of them are in Babylonia. I should say Judahites, right, from the kingdom of Judah. And then, amazingly, under Cyrus, they were released and allowed to return to the land of Judah, but they reestablished themselves as a political entity. Part of the Babylonian Empire, and it's called Yahweh, which is obviously a Persian form of the word Yehuda or Judah. And one of the things that's especially fascinating about this period is that around this time, the phenomenon of many of the children of Jacob, even though they may come from other tribes, identifying themselves as from Judah. The best example is in the book of Esther, which is set in Persia in the city of Shushan. Mordecai, here, Mordecai is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Jew, referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time when we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, begin to refer to themselves as even though they're not necessarily from that tribe. In fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost at the time, and most Jews have no idea what tribe they possibly could have come from. Exception, of course, with the priestly caste, but most Jews know what tribe they come from. They're all sort of like a Jew. Now, where does the word Jew, with J and particular, come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, mostly by the Greek. This is the earliest description we have that refers to Jews in Greek. It's called the Moscow Judeo. It's found in Greece in the 3rd century before the Common Era. Where I've highlighted in yellow, you have the word Theos, which is clearly a Greek rendering of the word Judea, right? The U sound in Greek becomes a J sound in a lot of other later languages. So it's especially fascinating description because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea who it clearly has sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So, like, it doesn't appear like he's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he's referred to as inhabitant of Judea, Yehuda. So that's where we have this first term, Judeo. And it's especially repeated over and over again in Greek sources. In the New Testament, of course, is an extremely important word because it's the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus' interactions are with fellow but it's also worth noting that one particular Jew stands out in a very negative way that will have implications for the negative connotation of the word Jew. And that is, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the who betrays Jesus famously. In this century representation, he betrays him by identifying his Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas portrayed stereotypical red hair. In medieval art, red hair is often in a caricature manner and often associated with Jews. And in fact, there is some interesting DNA evidence from bodies recovered in Hell in Norwich, England, that Jews often had red hair. Somewhat distinctive. But here you can see also with the ugly physiognomy and so on, Judas, which is, of course, the Latin way to pronounce the Hebrew word Buddha or Judah, has an unfortunate connotation because it's often used the word Jew, but it has otherwise no special relationship. Yehuda was an extremely common name, lots and lots of Judas. The term Jew in particular is also used as kind of an outsider term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often retained a lot of the earlier terms. For example, Israel was especially popular among, especially when referring to the land. This, for example, in Tetradrachm Bar Kokhba revolt, uh, year 132 of the Common Era, when the rebels, Jewish rebels, seized the coinage of the Romans, beat them up, and then re-stamped them with Jewish language and Jewish things like that. You can see trumpets from the temple and a lyre on the right here. Paleo Hebrew is regarding freedom, not the freedom of Judea, the freedom of Israel. That they harken back to that was destroyed by Arab century, and that was, of course, in the 20th century with the establishment. But when all is said and done, the term Jew is used by contemporary Jews to refer to, as it's on the Oxford English Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham, even though the term Jew had not been invented in his time, and then refer to the Jew in the time of, let's say, before the Israel is formed, referring to those people who lived in North, and the term Yehuda was not very prominent. But around the time of the Babylonian captivity, the term circulates to describe people with very long memory. Well, that was really complicated, wasn't it? You found it useful nevertheless. And if this is the first video you're watching, I'd love it if you come back to the channel, and I've got tons of videos on a lot of traditions because I find it fascinating to talk about, and I'm glad that there are a lot of people who are listening and interacting. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our Jewish history lab series by looking at the Babylonian Talmud. If you're curious, go back to the first season of these videos where I have a little bit more generic information and actually a little bit more of a direction of interpretation. Significant to the Talmud there, but for today, I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focus in a little bit on the basic information, which we really, the Babylonian Talmud is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundations of it as well. First of all, let's just place this in historical. Here's a map that gives an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin. First and third century. It's got some really useful information on expansion of Christianity, which, as you can see from the kind of starburst, that's where a lot of it was emanating. And of course, it's the period of tremendous growth for the early Christian movement would really achieve a huge milestone in the 4th century when the Edict of Milan was published, and it essentially gives Christians pretty much equal status as until then they were considered really an illegitimate religion, not a legally recognized religion, and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. But at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and then of course not long afterwards, it would become the official state religion of the empire in Byzantium, later Constantinople, named after the Emperor Constantine. But what I'm going to focus on is what's happening in the light of the map, where that kind of purple jagged line represents the edge of the Roman Empire, western and eastern section. What's happening on the eastern side of the jagged line? That's essentially Mesopotamia, Babylonia, where there's a very significant population, and that's where the Babylonian Talmud would be written. Here's another map that shows the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, which dominated Persia and the entire region at the time. It existed right up until the 3rd century. And Rome and the Parthian Empire are at loggerheads, and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that conflict with Rome. The so-called Roman-Persian Wars involved both wars between Rome and the Parthian Empire and the Iranian Empire, which you can see here in this map. So what's going to be relevant for us today is that we're going to be discussing the communities primarily the Parthian and Second Empire on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. They developed very, very differently in many ways. Let's have a look at the academy as we understand it. We've already talked quite a bit about the academy on the western. In fact, the Talmud calls the yeshiva of the west. This map here shows major population centers of first and second centuries. Of course, obviously, the land of Israel, which has a lot of Jews living there. Some of the highlights will tell us back then, of course, some geography, and that's where most of the Jews, of course, were living in the first century. But the population way out to the right hand side, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together, this locale Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because in many ways this is the original home of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. He's called the Ivri, the one who crosses over because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to the land of Israel, as described in the book of Genesis. This becomes a major center of Jewish population for the Common Era. The Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of the southern region of Judah to Babylonia. They establish, quite a community there. Really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from this period that shows thriving as a they would eventually be allowed to return under Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would reestablish their community in the land of Israel, as we discussed just in the video. But they remain as well in Babylonia and continue to flourish. The oldest world is located here because of that. And that's where the Talmud is written. Before that, let's just quickly go back and remember that Jerusalem, the Babylon, as we discussed in a couple of videos ago, it's primarily the work of Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. They are the prominent rabbis in this massive discussion of things biblical and things Mishnaic. But there's a lot of political difficulty in the 4th century. Although there was a period when the Roman Empire was led by the Antonine and Severan dynasty, where you had a little bit of relaxation of persecution that followed the disastrous Roman Jewish wars, then began to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signified. Would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against a Roman governor named Gallus, and that would be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it's at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that come together to make up the body of learning that would have ultimately become that's all happening in the 4th century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather rushed in comparison to Babylonia, where actually quite a bit more, a longer duration that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's when the Talmud emerges. Move over to the Mesopotamian region. There are a few key events. One of them that's really crucial is the arrival in the region of an individual known by the name, actually the title, the teacher, who came from Israel in the year 219 of the Common Era. He was actually a native of Babylonia who had studied Israel and brought back some of the teachings that was going on in the land of Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of peripatetic rabbis who moved to Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results of the deliberations in their academy. These were the so-called nechute, those who go down. It refers specifically to those who came from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation down. The land of shared what they learned there. but there was also cross fertilization for basically 200 years. There is a much more relaxed environment in Babylonia. There were moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the rise of the Zoroastrians, that's sometimes reflected in the texts of the Talmud. And there is, every now and then it's punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman-Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the Hardar, one of the great centers of the Babylonian researchers, when a figure named Benanti Septon, who came from the region of Palmyra up to the northwest, and he came down into this region and he destroyed the Hardar in the year 259. That caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced. Other great yeshivas, perhaps the most significant are shown here on this map. Pumbedita, they had a rivalry on for literally centuries for which yeshiva, which learning most significant. All of this really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and discussions of the Talmud to living in. But we can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is not only embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological record. Fascinating Aramaic curse books, some 1,500 of which have been discovered. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just exclusively the Jewish language. Although these curse bowls seem to have been written by perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really not clear how they were employed, other than basically like kind of like spells that will be written. There's some these Jewish the spells. Sometimes they have as if it does kind of a description of a demon at the base of the bowl. It would have like a friendly demon, something not so friendly, and then the bowls would be, ritually broken up or damaged or degraded one way or another, kind of like we saw execration figurines from Egypt that go back 2,000 years earlier than that. So they're really curious about how did these actually live here outside of Talmudic culture, but not for our discussion today. Maybe we could talk a lot about it, but fascinating. Now, giving you a little bit about the origins of the Babylonian Jewish community, I've given you a little bit about the relationship of thinkers, the rabbis who created the Talmud, their predecessors in the land of Israel, and talked about the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us now turn to the Babylonian itself. Exactly. It's a massive document in the current standard printing edition. It takes up 2,711 foliage, 2,000 page, so about 5,500. The reason why I happen to know that number offhand, 2,711, is because, of course, there is a really popular study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Datomi, which means literally folio a day. It started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews who are interested in the Talmud, and I assume some as well, study one page a day of this massive book. And they include it every 7.5 years. Rather amazing event. You can travel all around the world and pick up the page that you were prior. It's fascinating. It's a huge document. It's written, as I mentioned, largely in Aramaic, although it quotes heavily from Hebrew sources, most significantly the Mishnah, second. And it also has influence of Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all showing how this is a multi-generational document that was literally composed by about 2,000 different authors. These are primarily rabbis, religious experts, who are debating a core text called the Mishnah. We have discussed it video. I encourage you to go back there. There is basically the Mishnah is sort of a companion to Torah, the first five books of traditional Jewish thought, written Torah, that biblical form that here today, was given alongside an oral body of teaching, the written Torah, and the oral Torah. And those oral teachings were eventually codified into text. One of those major texts is the Mishnah, codified around the year 200, and aspects of Jewish law and behavior. It's a kind of a bizarre text by modern standards. It's not a law code, it's not a list of rules. It's like icebreaker conversation about how does one actually live according to the Torah. The discussion often comes to a clear conclusion, and so it sort of requires further involvement of living, literally talking, speaking about what this means, debating with each other, was eventually codified into a series of conversations which we call the Talmud. That's basically also, by the way, the Talmud, which means the learning, is identical to something called the Gemara, which means the finishing. And it's basically a super discussion of the discussion in the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. It's not a precise analogy, but in the Mishnah, it's sort of like a commentary. It's not exactly a commentary because there's a lot of things discussed in the Mishnah which are not explicit, but there's kind of like parallel text. So if the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah, the Talmud can be understood as sort of a commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. Bottom line of the Talmud is it gives an opportunity for students of the Torah a wide-ranging discussion of what it means to follow a particular commandment. What are the parameters of it? Who is obligated to follow them? There are exceptions. All kinds of things are discussed. Now, you might wonder, if it's an open-ended discussion, why is it codified in the first place? And I just going on and on. Well, on one level, it does go on because the commentary, Rashi and others, continue the discussion much further, right up into the 21st century. But on another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for productive discussion of kind of like, maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recording other people playing video games. Like, why? Why would you want to play the video game on your own? But apparently, it's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails. Not the greatest analogies, but I think the idea is that Talmud allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible minds, refined over time by later minds who codify their language in a very compact form. But it's all about, how do we observe that? One example, so the Torah says several times that we're supposed to keep it holy. You do that. So there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle, desert, Mishkan, with the observance of the Sabbath, and the rabbis understand that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that were going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things that you should avoid in the Sabbath. In other words, if I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday, day off, we assume that Friday means, no more filing, no more emails, no more answering the phone. Right? That's the way the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, constructing the tabernacle, what's involved in constructing the tabernacle? That goes into a massive of all the activities involved in the walls, buying the fabrics, slaughtering animals for the sacrifice. all those things. And eventually, all boils down through the Mishnah as subtracting Shabbat, which is one section of this massive 2,711 folio document called. What is its significance? Massively. It becomes, after it is codified around the year 500, it becomes central go-to text. You want to understand, why do we do the things we do? Should we be doing them exactly the way we're doing them? And any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are adopted, why others are not adopted, and so on. And since the Talmud is such a primarily with Jewish law, lots of other reasons which appears, only lightly connected to the material, something tangential to the material, is included in it. So, for example, the whole philosophy of the afterlife, good and evil, reward and punishment, all kinds of philosophical things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility, a Greek text, and it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it is definitely not a Western line. All of these discussions, many, many areas of thought, every page is like completely refreshed, new, and really quite a fascinating document to understand why that's such a popular program. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions. They began to think of it as a document which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted. And this is kind of a trope, anti-Talmudism, that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty work was published in 1700 called Judaism Revealed. Basically, every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document, authored by 2,000 different rabbis, several other people who are not rabbis, over a course of several hundred years. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody you think of. I think Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews will find the occasional passage in there which does not feel comfortable to modern readers. But I would challenge any serious to find me any text, particularly of this side, from the 3rd, 4th, 5th centuries that doesn't have far more just language xenophobia. It is a tiny little minority number of words that are used in the Talmud. They are almost always taken way out of context and portray the most heinous false lies against contemporary. And it's really an unfair way to try and look at this from a scholarly perspective, let alone, if you want, if you're skeptical about this, we'll have a look at one of the mentions. Well, actually, I'd be nervous to put Talmud in search engine. Lots of crazy for Talmud. Just go to an authoritative website, like, for example, Sefaria.org, which has massive amounts of literature, including the Talmud in translation. And you can go through it yourself. If you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some passages. But, the document be positive and productive that it's hard not to see those tiny passages within the scope of the document, and especially when you consider within the context of which they're written, as really, besides how valuable the Talmud is as a guide for Jewish life. It's really a wonderful inspirational document. I spent many, many years myself studying it, writing about it, and thinking about it other podcasts. I could go on and on, but I think what I need to do for now is stop because sort of like a sense of where the Babylonians were written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does, and then we're going to move on in the series. Those of you who are regulars know the series is written in conjunction with the forthcoming book from Corn Press from Jerusalem. That's why I call it the Jewish History Lab because it's sort of like writing the chapters as I'm writing. Uh, I'm looking forward to your commentary back so that we can okay. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You are binge watching the Jewish History Lab, and I'm pleased that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize that a whole year gap since the last time I recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons. I'll take a moment to explain right now. I came up with the Jewish History Lab idea essentially because I was working on a book for Koren publishers in Jerusalem, and that book project is going along very well. First of three projected volumes, the history of the from the earliest times to the present day. First volume is with the editors. It's gone through peer review, and we're working now primarily on the maps and things like that. So it is making its way through the process, and I am heavily at work on volume two. So that's going okay, but the last year has been a huge hiatus because a lot of changes in my personal life. Thank God. And then, of course, um, awful distraction that October 7th application for anyone who has any connection to Israel. And that's really inspired me to spend a lot more of my energy working with you on videos and different topics. But let's hope that that situation in Israel is resolved as possible in an acceptable way for all parties, such that return prosperity in the region for every population there, especially a return of the hostage. But let us go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up, not in sequence, but I'm going to pick up second, third century. Especially I want to look at the fourth century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of the Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I'd like to spend some time talking about. So let's go to that period here. Have a look at this map here. The nature of Jewish dispersion as we approach the fourth century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive and encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt ended in the year 70. Masada and conquered a couple of years later, but by the time the temple burned in the 70s, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. So you have the dispersion of the Jews spreading throughout the entire region. That's in addition to the large pockets of in Babylonia, in Alexandria, and the growing population in Rome itself. The starbursts in the map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity because Christianity was growing during the first centuries after the Great Revolt. And Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. Paul, when he was traveling throughout the region, proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to known Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well many sort of for the era, but sort of the high bar of entry which included, for example, the dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of the fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed, uh, fourth decade, second century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea as Syria Palestina. That's the entire region really reaching from what we would call today Israel to the region of Lebanon and Syria and a bit of Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into three parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia. The first, second, and third Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes in widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt, probably the year 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of Jews living there, and he reached back to the population that we call the Philistine in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek text as Palestini. Took that name and applied it to Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews fled in the context of the war. So that's basically what the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion in 670, a couple of battles that lasted up to 4. You have Kitos Rebellion in 117. You have our Kokhba Revolt just mentioned. And then in 351, you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was a disaster. Rebels and Rome consistently asserted authority over the region and often followed it up with significant. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for Jews. The most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who is known in much of the historiography as Julian the Apostate, because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to give the Jews back their temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that with the rise of Christianity, that all faith was put down, and this was certainly for the Jewish experience. But by rising all faith, that was a way of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 363, just 2 years in power, so it really didn't come to anything. Rebuilding the temple basically flipped the overall pattern of an ascendant church and the synagogue or Judaism in decline from the political, social, and economic status. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is in erosion of Jewish self-government at the time. There was the institution of the patriarchate, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There is significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up into the 3rd century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the west, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, was sacked several times in the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, at the time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But during the period of the Byzantine empires, where you have more and more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time, suppression of the rights, politically, socially, and otherwise. Perhaps a significant example is Justinian the First, reigning from 527 to 565, a very long reign, which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning of construction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and their rededication as churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments punctuated and a really invasive approach to what happens in synagogue. Just for example, banned reading of the Torah could be read, but only in particular authorized translations to other languages, as it were. I don't know, maybe you wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, and who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, Jews incredibly humorous because Jews always understand the Torah historically as part of two documents. The Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the five books of Moses, and at the same time, the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, significant is law, the Mishnah. So the Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. Ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning traditional Judaism. So how did the Jews deal with these unusual challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century and forward? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in a hostile environment. The kind of pattern that would evidence time and time again over the millennial history of the Jewish people. First is the institution of a fixed calendar in the year 359. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population. They're spread out far apart, slow, poor communication, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and then the testimony of witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and therefore the calendar could be calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself like the exact same number of days every month. Here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when the phases of the moon are, but the Jewish calendar has a strong lunar element to it, such that the first of the month is always when you have the moon. We have 354, if I remember, 354, maybe it's around 350 something. I should really look it up. It's about 350 odd days a lunar calendar, which means that every year of a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are losing some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strictly lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays are moving. In years, they're shortened by a few days. They come earlier and earlier. You can have Ramadan in October, you can have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar. The Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in springtime, so therefore the calendar has to be adjusted so often to make sure that Passover will fall in the springtime. That's why in the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing days, that extra month, that leap month, actually replaces Passover back to the proper time. That's why, if you are speaking English, so in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, "Oh,
I just
Rosh
suggested
Hashanah
one of
is
my
very
computers.
late." October, August. Rosh Hashanah is always on time. September, that is kind of. At any rate, with the situation of the 4th century, Jews scattered all over, with an inability to rely on reliable communications from Jerusalem that in fact the month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. So a lot of these things are not possible anymore. So therefore, in 359, responded to this uncertainty by fixed calendar that is still today remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenge. Second major innovation was the codification of the Talmud. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's a topic here. But for our purposes, let's just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which brought together around the year 220, there's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time that really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself, what's hidden in the text of the Mishnah, and how to interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but fairly close. The Jerusalem Talmud will also interpret the Mishnah. And this was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually writing it down as a manuscript, as opposed to a body of oral teachings, suddenly made a massive amount of wisdom, many times larger than the size of the Mishnah itself, and many, many times larger than the size of the Torah, made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin, far out into Babylonia, where ultimately it would play a role in the creation of a much larger and more important Babylonian version of the Talmud. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud. That's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened in the north, around the city of Tiberias. We also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast, Dari, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was perfectly term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by Romans, everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so jarring because a group of people have that name to describe their nationality, and so and they certainly don't have a Talmud. So the Jerusalem Talmud is used because the Palestinian Talmud is perhaps even more misleading. Codification of an intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish learning and making it portable, making it accessible all over the world. Phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the third or fourth development of Peel. I haven't really thought about this before, but I'm reading it just quite fast. It's related to the word poetry through the Greek origin. It's basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origin in the Byzantine period, and they have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian I and his ban on the study of the Mishnah. Some of the great Haitanim, or authors of Yud, Yossi ben Yossi and Yanai and the great Kalir, they write ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book, and in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day, and we should understand the function that they played. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion, public teaching of their text, that the Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these poems, with their arcane embedded references, which would be missed by the authorities but would be readily available to the educated, would be another opportunity to gain access to the basic teachings of the fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually was a very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, this is the fourth of four strategies, development of synagogue. The institution of the synagogue and its later representation in other faiths, churches and mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions of the Jewish people to world civilization. In the ancient world, religion tends to be very cultic and based on a specific location. That goes for Judaism as well, with the establishment of the central temple in Jerusalem. And all kind of like religious activity was, not all, but like the vast majority of religious activity was like focused on those structures and the professional staff that managed them. And that's what religion was. However, even before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating smaller houses of worship, not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century when there was the Reform movement in particular wanted to try and make a distinction between synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses, that they're like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. By renaming the local house of worship a temple, it's a way of saying, no, no, this is it. We are here. You necessarily have to be looking back to the temple of Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues do not call their houses of worship temples. They call them a much more humble name. The word synagogue, place of gathering. The Hebrew term Beit Knesset means the same, and so does many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come from the word meaning gathering place. It's much more simple than temple, which is grander. Uh, Jews began to create these even while the temple was still standing, perhaps out of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and to discuss and to communally praise God. That's something that has been very much, embedded deep within the Jewish tradition, and it begins to show itself in the first century of the Common Era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for synagogues, the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem, a large ashlar block which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize it. It's black, right? This is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. The very first, earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for the educated classes, of how he paid for the building, paid for the new plumbing system, and all kinds of things like that. Just fascinating. We're not exactly sure how to date it. It's roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era to the first century of the Common Era. Found at the bottom of a well, so clearly not at the place where it was originally built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman-Jewish War, and then this was thrown into the well like that. But at any rate, we have these plaques, and we have some evidence of synagogues in this early period, massive flourishing synagogue business. Just to look at a few of them here. Here's some gorgeous artwork from the Hamat Beria synagogue that portrays the zodiac. Often, a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated into the synagogue, even when it's somewhat challenging religious sensibility at the time. There's frequently dedications in Greek because of the dimension. That's one of the dominant languages of the classes. Sometimes the artwork, like you said, remarkable there at Beit Alpha, it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac. On the right is the sacrificial altar, and then Abraham, the large figure on the right, holding a knife in the right hand, and Isaac in the left hand. As he just to the left of Abraham, rather unusual symbol of a hand as a angel reaching out to stay Abraham's slaughtering of his son in Genesis 22. The ram is there, and the other two figures, I believe, are Eliezer and Ishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful illustrative art of the period. And we also see also in Beit Alpha, once again, zodiac, which is very, very common Jewish artwork from the Byzantine period to the present day. To recap, four really big survival strategies that demonstrated resilience and creativity in the face of persecution era that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to survive the Byzantine era, but also carry forward as creative demonstration of Jewish spirituality that we appreciate. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. Great pleasure. The audience. War broke out on September 1st, 1939. This followed the secret pact that was signed by the Third Reich and the Soviet so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, non-aggression, which essentially allowed Germany and Russia to invade the Baltic states from either side and divide it. We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first by the Germans, and then later on in the next video, we'll discuss a little bit the nature of the 2 years that you experienced under Soviet. The first encounter that the Jews of Poland and the Baltic. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to begin a brief series of lectures on the Jewish encounter with Rome. Today we're going to focus on the reign of Herod, but I'd like to begin with the very first encounter with Rome, which actually dates back to the days of the Maccabees. Beautiful representation of Judas Maccabeus, or Judah Maccabee, one of the great military heroes of the revolt that occurred about the year 167 for the Common Era. Let's place his role in the encounter with Rome within its historical context. First, we've got to jump back just a little bit further to the reign of Alexander the Great, who, as you see in this map, extended the empire he created from Macedonia, which is on the left, all the way out through the Greek territories, Asia Minor, all the way through the Eastern Mediterranean, Egypt, and then all the way out to northern India, Afghanistan. And after he died, the area was divided among 4 of his generals. The yellow color is the Empire, and the sort of bluish purplish that is dominant in Egypt, that would be the Ptolemaic Empire. And of course, Israel finds itself right in the middle of those territories. And one of the reasons why you can see in this particular map that the land of Israel is sort of colored yellow and purple because it went back and forth between those 2 rival empires over the next century or so. We've spoken in other lectures about the Maccabean rebellion, and I'm going to go into great detail here, but let us just recall that there were many Jews living in the land of Israel who actively supported the Seleucid Greeks in their program to Hellenize the population, that is, get the Jewish population in the land of Israel to absorb more and more Greek value into the larger world of Eastern Mediterranean in particular. And traditionalists argued against it, beginning with Matisyahu, who was Judah's father, and this created a kind of a traditionalist revolt against those Hellenizing Jews and against. Please feel free to have a look at some of my other lectures to get a better sense of how that conflict progressed. At any rate, the point where I'd like to pick up here is where Yehuda Maccabee, who's taken over the command of the rebel forces, has effectively fought the Greeks to a stalemate. And this Seleucid general, Lysias, now after the death of the previous king, Antiochus Epiphanes, he proposes an armistice with the Maccabees, saying, okay, you know what, sorry we pushed you too hard, how about we find a compromise? Will let you, for example, choose your own high priest, which was a major concern for a lot of the moderate population in Israel. So it turned out that the Hellenizing population in Israel and most of the moderates, they liked the idea. They wanted to end the war, not achieve full independence from the Seleucid kingdom, because they felt they're going to have to pay taxes anyways. As long as they were left alone, they had enough autonomy, especially religious autonomy, that was enough. But Yehuda Maccabee and his shrinking band of followers said that was not enough and insisted on fighting further. So the conflict at that point continued. a good portion of the Jewish population in Israel sought support of the Seleucids to try and end the fighting, whereas the Maccabee sends a delegation to Rome. It says, hey, maybe Rome, you can help us out in our conflict with the Seleucids and in our ambition to achieve. If you look at the book of Maccabees, which does not appear in the Hebrew scriptures, but does appear in a lot of Christian Bibles in the Apocrypha section, there's this, by the way, a beautiful reproduction of a 17th century English translation of the King James. And we see this interesting passage. There's kind of like this header at the beginning. It says, Judas is informed of the power and policy of the Romans and maketh a league with them. And the articles of that league are described here. So the text talks about how Yehuda had heard of how powerful the Romans were, and that he thought that he could enlist them into his aid against Seleucus. Jump ahead to the end of the chapter. It says here, chapter verse 24, if there come any war upon the Romans or any of their confederates throughout all their dominion, the people of the Jews shall help them. Right? This is like a mutual assistance treaty, as the time shall be appointed with all their heart. 26. Neither shall they give anything unto them that make war upon them, meaning they will not help the enemies of the Romans at all, or aid them with victuals, weapons, money, or chips. And I wondered about that. Why are they not giving them chips? What's so important about the chips? It must be they had great chips house. This is not, by the way, a paid product announcement. I actually like these chips a lot. So that was a joke. I'm sorry. I don't know why I put it. But at any rate, let's go back. As it has seemed good unto the Romans, but they shall keep their covenant without taking anything therefore. So the idea was they signed a mutual assistance pact. The Jews would help the Romans if anyone attacked Rome, and theoretically, at least, the Romans would help the Jews if anyone attacked Israel. Now, it turned out that it was more of a kind of a cynical agreement, and we don't. Well, you'll see how it turns out. If you look at the Greek original, the text has both the Jews and the Romans virtually promising the same to each other, but it didn't work out that way. Meanwhile, the Seleucid kingdom lost control of Israel, and the Maccabees were able to actually achieve Maccabees' dream of independence. He himself was killed in battle, but as you can see from this map, not only were the Maccabees able to establish a dynasty called the Hasmonean kingdom or Hashmonaim, but they were actually able to expand it significantly throughout the region on the other side of the Jordan as well, and that's essentially the history of the Maccabean kingdom from the revolt in about the year 167 until the arrival of Pompey, Roman general, and that's what we're going to turn to next. But to understand the nature of the Maccabean kingdoms, even though the Jews had a significant amount of independence, there was significant friction, and even though this was originally a rebellion against Greek values, the Hashmonaim gradually absorbed more and more of Greek ideas as well. It kind of slid back into that Hellenizing frame over the next 100-odd years. Here you see, for example, a coin from Alexander Yanai, one of the most brutal of the kings of the era, a huge enemy to the rabbis. And as you can see from the right-hand side, the coin has an image of like a sun that's actually in bas relief. It's actually extruded from the coin itself, which according to some rabbinic opinions would be directly forbidden as a kind of idolatrous image, like sun worship. At any rate, when he died in 76, there was a period of rapprochement between the Maccabean leaders who had, claimed for themselves both the title of king and the title of high priest. His widow, Salome Alexandra, known affectionately as Shlom Zion Amalka, during her reign, there was actually a period of great rapprochement between the rabbis and the rulers, and it was a period of tremendous prosperity, which unfortunately ended under her sons. When she passed away, the region was thrown into a civil conflict once again. That's what brought General Pompey to Israel, the first encounter of Rome with the land of Israel proper. Um, the civil war that erupted between the sons of Alexander Yanai and Salome Alexandra were named Hyrcanus II, the elder, and he was the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And his younger brother was Yehuda Aristobulus II, and both of them claimed Hyrcanus II was the elder, but he was widely regarded as an ineffective leader. Yehuda Aristobulus was much more ambitious and apparently capable and wished to challenge his brother for the rule. Among other things, the idea that the role of Kohen Gadol and Melech, that is, high priest and king, should be separated. Both of the brothers ended up appealing to the Roman general Pompey, who was in the north at the time, for aid. Pompey looked at both of them and he technically favored the weak Hyrcanus, but in reality he just wanted to subjugate Judea to Rome. And when he came into the area, he nominally supported Hyrcanus, but in reality he took it over. Hyrcanus would ultimately be deposed by his nephew Antigonus, who was actually Aristobulus' son. According to Josephus, Antigonus actually bit off his uncle's ears, which mutilated him in such a way that he was no longer fit to serve as the Kohen Gadol, because there are certain laws about how the high priest is rather nasty kind of thing. But this means that from 63 before the Common Era, Rome is officially in charge of the land. Let us now turn a little time to the rise of one of the greatest kings of Israel in this era, King Herod. And when I say great, I'm not necessarily saying great in the sense of like wonderful, we love him, but great in the sense of being extremely powerful and leaving a huge mark on history. Perhaps he's best known in the Western tradition as being the author of the so-called Massacre of the Innocents, which is a passage that occurs in Christian scriptures in which he decrees the murder of all of these young children in an attempt to stave off the eventual birth of the figure that would be recognized by Christians as the Messiah. There's a lot of historical discussion about what that event might have been. We shall see shortly that it may actually be referring to Herod's murder of his own children, which was something he did with alarming frequency. At any rate, Herod was an Idumean. You can see the region of Idumea here is in the south of Judea. This is a region that was forcibly conquered by the Maccabean king, and in a rare moment in Jewish history, the population was forcibly converted. This is one of those moments that reverberates throughout history. Of course, Judaism has forsworn that particular practice, partially as a result of the horrible experience that they had under King Herod following this forced conversion. But at any rate, the Idumeans were a population that ultimately identified with the Jewish people, but they also felt somewhat separate and occasionally resentful of that. When we get a little further in the series, I'd like to discuss the role of the Idumeans in the First Roman War, which was significant. Herod's father was Antipater, who was an ambitious advisor to Hyrcanus. Herod was one of his multiple sons. He was born in the year 73, and his father, as a result of his attachment to Hyrcanus, from Rome, was able to give his sons political rule in various parts of the land of Israel. Herod was given the Galilee, the north, and he charged in and used rather brutal means to put down an incipient rebellion that was happening. He actually imposed the death sentence without the authorization of the Sanhedrin, which got him in trouble with the great Jewish court. We have two parallel descriptions of a rather unusual event. It's mentioned in Josephus, who is, of course, the great historians of this era. Again, I hope to discuss his complicated backstory a little later in the series, but he provides us an unusual glimpse into the moment when Herod was brought before the Sanhedrin to answer for his precipitous brutality in Galilee. And we also have the same story with some significant differences in the Talmud as well. according to the version that Josephus offers, Herod appears before the Sanhedrin fully armed, considered a great act of nerve, to use the term chutzpah. It was a great act of insolence to appear before the great court wearing armor, and effectively cowed all of the judges into submission. And essentially, they let him go without any kind of reprimand. In the Talmudic version, which you can see here, appears on page 19b of Tractate Sanhedrin. In the Talmudic version, it is Shimon ben Shetach, who is a great rabbi who stands up against Alexander Yanai the king and challenges his colleagues. But in the Josephine version, it is none other than the great Shammai, the interlocutor to Hillel, who is the only rabbi who has the courage to stand up to Herod, but unfortunately he is not supported by the rest of the Sanhedrin, and Herod walks. Why these two versions, Josephus and the Talmud, differ in the important details of which figures are speaking is beyond the scope of the discussion. Herod brought three particular skills to his rule in the land of Israel, and we'll see them play out over his long career. The first is that he was capable of bold, brutal repression, that he had very little qualms about using violence for his rule. Secondly, ironically, this was combined with a remarkable level of public generosity, that he was certainly capable of recognizing the needs of the larger population and to provide for their tax relief and grain whenever possible, and especially, as we shall see shortly, in a massive series of public building works that were designed quite often for public benefit. This combination of being very brutal and bold and at the same time very generous is rather unusual and certainly helped to promote his rule. And the third skill that he possessed was he was an extremely shrewd cultivator of relationships and alliances, particularly early in his life. He was very, very careful and able to thread the needle between various Roman factions and find supporters and patrons and know when to genuflect and when to fight back. He was able to secure his realm primarily because of these three skills: bold repression, remarkable public generosity, and a shrewd cultivation of relationships and alliances. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the previous lecture in the series, we looked at the first encounter of Jews with the Romans in the period of Maccabees, and then brought it up to look a little more closely at the beginnings of the reign of King Herod. I'd like to continue with the discussion of King Herod, specifically looking at its remarkable achievements in public works and in great fantastic displays of architectural skill. The rabbis in the Talmud are somewhat ambivalent about it because Herod himself, even though he did a fantastic job beautifying the temple and expanding it, he was a really brutal, awful ruler, as we shall see in the next lecture in this series. But if you look at this very beautiful diagram, which I purchased from Lean Rinkmeyer, he has a great site that has all kinds of amazing architectural drawings. You can see the Temple Mount as it existed under King Hezekiah. You can see the Temple Mount under King Chizkiyahu at the top. Of course, the temple is attributed to Shlomo HaMelech, but we're looking at the mount as a whole here. And then you have a few additions during the Maccabean era. And then the fourth picture from the top is how it was vastly expanded by King Herod. You can see the green area represents a dramatic expansion of the Temple Mount area as a whole. There's also beautification of the actual structures. Josephus tells us that only Kohanim, only priests, were allowed to work on the construction, and that it never rained in the daytime, only at night, of course, during the rainy season, and so on. And then on the bottom, by the way, you see that obviously it's changed dramatically because the temple structures were all destroyed during the First Roman-Jewish War, year 70. The Muslims later built the Dome on the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the right, but nevertheless, the Temple Mount as a whole is still preserved. The area where we have the Western Wall, the Wailing Wall, um, the wall that's facing us is the Western Wall. So it looks something like this, and you can see the Dome on the Rock in the background, the later Muslim addition to the Temple Mount, and of course, Jews gathering to pray at the site of the last retaining wall of the temple. Note that it is a retaining wall at the end of the Temple Mount, not the wall of the temple itself. And if we also look to the southeast, you can see that there is actually remnants of the Herodian construction. This area that's often called the Scene because it more clearly than in other places shows where the actual wall under the Hasmonean kingdoms ended, and then you can see how Herod extended it significantly to the south. At any rate, that was one of his greatest public contributions because, of course, the temple was the central ritual site for all Jews of the world. And by beautifying it and expanding it like this, he made it much more accessible to the larger population as a whole. And I should also mention, by the way, that his public generosity in terms of temples extended throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. He was not shy about offering sacrifices at non-Jewish temples as well, something which the rabbis would not approve of, to be sure, but he often generously gave donations to other temples elsewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean, and he was known as kind of very, philanthropic king from a significant territory in the land of Israel. Caesarea is one of my favorite places. This is one of the most beautiful locations in the land of Israel, and Herod had designated it as the primary location of the Roman Jewish nexus in Israel. That is, unlike Jerusalem, to be sure, and unlike much of Judea and the Galilee, Caesarea was to be essentially a Roman city. And he put a tremendous amount of money into renovating this city to make it acceptable to the Roman aesthetic. Here you can see an aerial view that shows you the port. It's, of course, on the Mediterranean, pretty much in the center of the land of Israel. And he significantly expanded the port to make it much more viable commercially. The whole region was destroyed, or the whole port was destroyed in a major earthquake in the year 117. But you can have a look at what it must have been like here in this artist's rendition, that he actually built this artificial reef that curved out, and you can see there's kind of an entrance to the bottom left of the picture where the boats would come in, and they would have a safe harbor to be able to dock and unload their wares and so on. The building of this artificial harbor, which was the largest of its day, used volcanic ash from the Italian peninsula in a rather unique architectural manner where they would float out to the places where they wanted to sink the stones for the reef. They would mix up this concrete that could actually dry underwater using this volcanic ash, and then they would allow the forms to drop into the water and harden there. It was a remarkable feat of engineering, and it must have been one of the wonders of the world at the time. Let's see, he built hippodromes, right, which are like racing stadiums for horses and things like that. Tremendous number of things like aqueducts, the classic Roman architecture, bringing water from far away in order to meet the needs of the growing population of this region. Really fantastic public works that made a huge mark on the country as a whole. I'm going to show you a few images from this remarkable article, The Landscape Palaces of Herod the Great, published in Near Eastern Archaeology in 2014. The author is Professor Catherine Gleason. She has some amazing pictures. Let's have a look at them. Here in Caesarea, you can see an aerial view of one of the promontories that's related to that artificial reef that I just showed you, and this is what it would have looked like in terms of the palaces, the pools. You can see the Hippo Stadium on the right there, and it really must have been such a fantastic kind of thing to see this glorious palace. And Herod, in particular, was fond of gardens. He made sure that there were gardens planted everywhere in his palace. We look at Jericho, there's a remarkable series of gardens that appear, kind of suddenly in this region, which is surrounded by desert, but has the Jordan River flowing through it. Here you can see in this a series of drawings from Professor Gleason's article that he has several palaces that are all surrounding the wadi, which is like the riverbed, including sunken gardens. And here you see what it looks like today, just a suggestion of one of the artificial hills that he built to try and give contour to the region. And this is a cross section that just gives you a sense of what it would have been like to walk through Herod's palaces, which he scattered throughout the land of Israel. Here's Professor Gleason's own drawing that demonstrates his love for the Roman colonnades and the gardens, of course, what the landscape Jordan, the landscape of Jericho in the background must have looked like. Phenomenal kind of contributions. Perhaps the most dramatic setting for Herod's palace was the one that he built on the top of Masada, this huge massif, not too far from Jericho, just south of the Dead Sea region, where this was actually a place that Herod had deposited his family during a conflict early on in his rise to power, and he probably conceived of it as a kind of bolt hole where he could hide again in the future if he needed to. But he certainly wanted to, hide there in comfort. So, they had all kinds of cisterns dug in there, all kinds of baths were set up, and he planted numerous gardens to beautify the region. If you can look at this map here, you can see some of the various structures that were placed at the top there in this very defensible area. And on the right is a model that just gives you a sense of the grandeur of his architectural vision that has the palace literally tumbling down the rock face itself. If you ever had the opportunity to actually climb to the top of Masada, it is truly glorious to watch the sun rise or set in the region. And of course, all the material was of great help to the rebels later who had their last stand, according to the historian Josephus, against the Romans in the year 74. That just gives you a broad sense of his phenomenal architectural activity, much of which was for public benefit, as we saw with the temple as well, and is one of the much more positive elements of his reign. In the last lecture, we spoke about Herod's remarkable architectural achievements, but that is not the feature of his rule for which he is remembered. He is most likely remembered for his incredible brutality, directed not only at the general population, but specifically to members of his own family. And that's what I'd like to turn to first. In the image here from John William Watershouse, you see a beautiful depiction Marianne, or also known as Miriam or Mariamne, that was one of Herod's 9 wives. She was the one who gave him the most status because she herself was of Maccabean descent. She was a Hasmonean princess, in other words. And as we mentioned in the previous lecture, Herod himself was of Indian descent and therefore had less of an ethnic claim on the throne. By marrying a Hasmonean princess, he was able to attach himself to the bloodline of Jewish royalty, however, but that was not to last, because in a fit of rage, he had her executed in 29 before the Common Era. According to the Talmud, he immediately felt tremendous regret over this, and so he had her body not interred, but rather submerged in a vat of honey, so that he could preserve her body and look upon her when he retired. Rather bizarre story. But anyway, have a look at this family tree up there. You can see that he's towards the left, in the middle, says here, Herod reigned for 37 years before BC. And what I'd like to do is to outline the family members who were killed by Herod and give you a sense of the broadening scope of his familial madness. His first act of murder directed against his family is the murder of his brother-in-law, Aristobulus. This is the teenage brother of his favorite wife, Mariamna. He was 17 years old at the time, and Herod had appointed him to be the Kohen Gadol, the high priest. Much to his displeasure, Aristobulus proved to be quite a popular individual. Apparently, both Mariamna and his brother were very good looking, and the population as a whole were quite enamored of this young high priest. So, fearing the possible rebellion of his brother in law, he had him drowned at Jericho and then cynically had a huge funeral to commemorate, or perhaps in his sense, celebrate. That was the first nasty tactic of his family, but it continued. Obviously, relations with his wife Mariamna, the sister of Aristobulus, went downhill for there, and Herod began to suspect her of adultery. So he had her killed as well. She was 25 years old, year 29 before the Common Era. Then he goes on, and if you see towards the bottom left, his sister Salome was married to a man named Costobar, and Herod began to suspect Costobar of fomenting a rebellion. This is going to be a recurring theme. Fear others trying to take power away from him. Therefore, either murders them or exiles and so on. So he has his brother-in-law Costobar executed for suspected rebellion. But Herod goes on to killing even his own son. He killed both Alexander and Aristobulus. I know these names repeat frequently, so that's why this graph hopefully is helpful. They were sons of Mariamna, and once again, Herod was concerned that perhaps they were trying to plot to assassinate him, so he had them killed. The murder of Alexander and Aristobulus may actually be the event which triggered the story of the massacre of the innocents that features in Christian scriptures, but for which historians have not found a amount of record. But the murder of these two young men may have been associated with the idea of Herod fearing a possible usurper to his throne, and that got folded into the larger Christian narrative. After murdering his sons Alexander and Aristobulus, he decided to expel his own brother, Pheroras, that is something of a kindness rather than killing him, again for the possibility that his brother was plotting to overthrow him, and he also expelled his first wife, Doris, of Jerusalem. He actually expelled her once earlier, so this is the second expulsion. He invited her back after the first one. Finally, Herod jails his own son Antipater by Doris. He would ultimately execute Antipater, but that occurs very shortly before his own death. Thinking about all of these family murders, the Emperor Augustus is said to have once remarked that better be Herod's pig than his son. And this is in reference to the Jewish dietary laws that would forbid Jews from slaughtering and eating pigs, but obviously Herod had no problem slaughtering children. Herod, at the end of his life, was suffering from a painful, debilitating disease, possibly syphilis. At one point, he actually attempted to take his own life with an apple knife. It turned out that that was unsuccessful. I said how far gone he was at this point. He rounded up the prominent leaders of the Jewish people and had them jailed in Jericho, hippodrome there. He left orders with the guards that all of these local leaders should be killed as soon as the guards hear that Herod has died. And it seems that he's thinking that, he doesn't want people to celebrate in the streets when he himself dies, so therefore he wants to kill a lot of other people to dampen the mood to make sure that people are actually mourning when he leaves this planet. After his unsuccessful attempt to take his own life, he was enraged, and he decided at this point to order the murder of his son Antipater, who up until this time was awaiting trial for rebellion. And shortly after Antipater was killed, Herod changes his will. This is the seventh time he's done so, not surprising. His son killing off his beneficiaries, he has to keep juggling his will. And we'll talk about what the meaning of that will was next lecture in this series. But luckily for the captives in Jericho, Herod's sister Salome, you recall that Herod had banished one of her husbands out of the land of Israel. She convinces the guards that her brother had actually changed his mind and that he had said they should release all the prisoners. And so, perhaps with a sigh of relief, the guards released the prisoners and made themselves scarce as well. And then shortly thereafter, Herod finally succumbed to his illness, and as per his wishes, he assumed that this great last architectural site, Herodion, also pronounced Herodion, it is the only building project that he named after himself. It was designed as usual, a great palace, but also his final resting place. He had a special sentimental attachment to this large hill because it was at this location that he had a great initial victory against the Persian forces that was extremely influential in his early power. Here you can have a look at the actual temple site and the tomb, which is down the hill towards the left. Once again, the prominence of gardens in the area gives a sense of Herod's horticultural inclinations. The view from the top, or rather, gloomy view with the gray skies, but nevertheless, you must sense the majesty of this location. And here is the archaeologist Ehud Netzer, who spent much of his life searching for Herod's tomb, believing it was somewhere at Herodion. Here he is in front of a projection of the image. And finally, here is the smashed up sarcophagus, which Dr. Netzer held Herod himself. The tomb was ransacked and released once in antiquity, perhaps in the context of the Roman-Jewish War. So we don't have much of Herod's riches from the tomb itself, but we do have its great architectural legacy, and of course we have the historical record of its bloody, long reign in the first century Common Era. Thank you very much for watching this video. I look forward to continuing the next video with a discussion of Jewish sectarianism in the early first century. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Where we left off our discussion was with the death of Herod and the chaos that he left in his wake. Today, what I'd like to do is kind of set the scene for the first half of the first century. We're going to next Christianity, which at the time may not have been such a massive event, but would have later tremendous implications for the course of not only Jewish history but of world history. For today, we're going to be working primarily at the social and economic and religious maelstrom of activity that's happening in the land of Israel in the first half of the first century. Let's begin with this beautiful map here, which indicates with rich colors the way in which the land of Israel was divided into a tetrarchy after the death of Herod. You can see that the green area here is outlined as belonging to Archelaus. The sort of corally color is given to Antipas, and the yellow area is given to Philip. By the way, all of these sons of Herod had the first name Herod, but they are it's hard to keep them all straight. So Herod Archelaus, Herod Antipas, and so on. Also not noted here is the regions that were given to his sister Salome, which primarily consisted of a few cities. At any rate, the reason why the land of Israel was divided up and in this way, and not in a as a kingdom as Herod did, or Herod ruled over it from south to north, was because of conflict over the rule of Archelaus. Archelaus came in, and he was not at all an effective leader. He attempted to put off some major decisions, and in other decisions he was way too hasty, in fact even violent, oppressing the population in Jerusalem. And so a series of delegations, not only Archelaus himself, but several other delegations went to Rome to try and argue for different dispositions to Herod's final will. That is, the seventh of his wills, which he, as we mentioned in a previous lecture, he had to keep rewriting them because he kept bumping off his beneficiaries, which is not a good thing to do for one's life insurance policy. At any rate, that's the way they decided in Rome to divide up the land of Israel as a type of tetrarchy. This also represented a significant diminishment in the status of the land of Israel. It was essentially subsumed within the larger governorship of Syria, which would become extremely important as we consider the unrest that would follow. There was especially unrest in the era of the first decade after Herod's death. The Jewish authorities, under Roman pressure, tried to enact a census. This was in year 6, and this census was primarily to help with tax assessment, which of course nobody really likes, but nevertheless it is inevitable. But we should understand that Jews have a particular allergy to a census. There are whole discussions in the scriptures about counting people as being a forbidden activity unless it is specifically permitted by God. So this means in practice that the Jews have developed customs to not specifically count individuals, but to count, tokens of individuals. Like, for example, giving the half shekel tax for the temple. If everyone gives a half shekel, then we count up the shekels and we know exactly how many people there are and so on. Even in contemporary period, when you need to count the number of people for a prayer quorum, a minyan, the custom is not to count them saying 1, 2, 3, 4 and actually assign numbers to people, but rather to say a blessing that has 10 words in it, such as for example, the blessing over bread, obviously without pronouncing the name of God, which can only be said when you're reciting the blessing over bread, or there's a particular verse in the book of Psalms, Hoshea Asamecha, and that's used. At any rate, sorry for that little tangent. Let's get back to the material there. There was tremendous unrest in the beginning of this period, especially in association with that poorly received census, and there was a lot of actually brigandry going around the land of Israel, something which was actually in many ways sort of a foreshadowing of the major rebellion that would erupt in the year 66, which we'll get to, God willing, in couple of weeks. The unrest was significant, and it was especially terrible because the local official in charge was a man named Venus, who was placed in charge by Governor Varus of Syria. As I mentioned, Governor Varus had responsibility for the entire area, and he left this man Sabinus in charge to try and collect uh, the census. And Sabinus essentially did his own thing, he even raided the temple treasury. And so Governor Varus had to come down and actually quell Scythian rebellion against Sabinus. Meanwhile, hightailed it out of the land of Israel. But Archelaus was called to account in Rome for his failure to effectively control the population. In the end, the Roman authorities decided that Archelaus was not suited for rule over this valuable piece of real estate, and they exiled him to a place called Vienne, which is on the Rhone River in the south of France. It's true, being exiled to the south of France is not so bad, but we should understand that in the year 6, there was absolutely no Asian restaurants anywhere in the south of France, and so it must have been very hard on him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make light of that. I mean, just the concept of being exiled to a place where there's no Asian restaurant. I don't know. I don't know how to live like that. At any rate, in place of the kings that we had earlier, and kind of like overruling the tetrarchs themselves, the four individual rulers, the Romans put in first prefects and then later called them procurators. These were essentially types of governors that would rule over the land, hopefully keep order and keep the taxes flowing appropriately. Just to give you an example of one of them, perhaps the most famous, certainly the most famous of them, is none other than Pontius Pilate, who we will again return to when we talk about the birth of Christianity in the next series of lectures. Here's actually a stone that was discovered, of course, in Caesarea and Caesarea, which is the region of Israel that is so closely identified with Roman rule, and it actually mentions Pontius Pilate's name. In the second line there, you just see the U.S. and then Pilatus, which is Pilate in Latin. So the procurators were really in charge. Things would change in the 40s when, as a result of change in Rome itself, a new king would be appointed in Israel, Agrippa I, and then following Agrippa II would be the last king of Judea. But we'll leave that for another chapter. I would also like to point out that in the context of this massive political and administrative change that is imposed on a restive population that has demonstrated its willingness to actually rise up in open revolt, and only with external forces brought in from Syria could the revolt be quelled and the Jewish leaders actually be punished through exile. There are a couple other really important elements of the internal turmoil that we have to understand. One that's hugely important, and we're just going to touch on it, is issues of class and urbanization in Israel. We should recall that the land of Israel really had, then and to a certain degree even now, two really big different types of populations. You had the aristocracy, the tended to be more learned elite living in the big cities, in particular in Jerusalem. And there are, of course, very different characteristics of urbanized Jews living in Jerusalem as opposed to, let's say, Caesarea. But in Jerusalem, you have the gravitational center of the Jewish people because the temple is there. So the aristocracy, the high priesthood is going to be invested in Jerusalem per se, and that will attract the wealthier classes. The wealth tends to correspond to a pro-Hellenistic viewpoint. The wealthier classes tend to be much more concerned with preserving their wealth, and that meant alliances with the Roman authorities, and that also meant alliances with Roman and larger Hellenistic culture. So you have kind of an unusual situation in the cities, in particular Jerusalem, where you have an aristocratic elite that may be less traditional, ironically, in their observance, but at the same time very dedicated and close to the temple. The city of Jerusalem, of course, is the center not only spiritually of the Jewish people, but also demographically, and it would attract massive tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims to its boundaries during the three pilgrimage holidays. As we shall see over the next few weeks, these tend to be flashpoints for uprisings and violence, especially around Passover. Um, well, as we shall see. The second major element that I really want to touch on before we go any deeper is the fact that we are relying quite heavily, much of this period, on Josephus, and we have to always be aware of that reliance. Now, I've spoken in much greater detail about who Josephus was, his relationship to the Jewish history, his relationship to Jewish tradition, the Romans, to Christianity. We've discussed this all in many other contexts, and I don't want to belabor that point. But it bears repeating that Josephus is one of our most valuable sources for the first century, and he is one of the most complex and problematic. Recall that Josephus himself describes his own background as being essentially one of the learned aristocracy in Jerusalem. He also describes himself, albeit without too much enthusiasm, as being basically a Pharisee, although he was quite a spiritual seeker, and he had, from his time in Jerusalem, association with Sadducees, from his youth and his exploration of different modalities of spirituality, he had some connection with the Qumran community and so on, as we will discuss shortly. But the turning point in his life was the year 67 at the siege of Yotapata, also pronounced Jotapata, in which, and by the way, in modern Hebrew, it's the city of Yotapata, over the town of Yotapata in northern Israel, where Josephus was the leader of the rebel forces against the Romans, and he decided to defect to the Roman side. And that's when he began his literary career in this strange kind of environment where he is the number one world expert on things Jewish. And at the same time, he is living thoroughly within a Roman milieu. And although we know that he wrote the first version of his history of the Jewish war in Aramaic, that version has been lost. The only version we have is the one he composed in Greek, which was the lingua franca of the era, that was designed for essentially a Roman Gentile audience. The Romans were his patrons and his captors at the same time. So when he is writing, we know that he is conscious of his audience, particularly the emperor Titus Flavius, whose name Josephus took, the family name Flavius. He knows that it's going to be read by the emperor. Does he edit his words? And how does he edit his words in order to meet the favor of that very important audience? Everything we know about this first century, not everything, quite a bit that we know about this first century comes from Josephus, and he himself is writing for a very specific kind of audience in a very careful kind of way, so it's difficult to unpack everything they say. We will, from time to time, cast some doubts, maybe even some aspersions, but certainly no asparagus at Josephus as we go through this. Okay, let us continue then with the discussion of the main ideological groups, at least as Josephus describes them, specifically the Sadducees, the Pharisees, and I'd like to spend some time on the fourth philosophy. Well, let's get to it. Thank you very much for watching this first part of this lecture. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue with our discussion of Judaism and Jewish sectarianism in the early first century. So perhaps the most important of the groups, at least important in terms of their temporal power, their association with the Romans, and their control of the temple, are the Sadducees. The Sadducees, or as they are known as the Sadducees, the word derives most likely from the followers of Sadok. Let's explore that in just a minute. They were that was especially known for its introduction of the various high priests of the era. We shall see this became a revolving door where high priests were appointed and proposed and all kinds of things happened to them as they went through very, very high rate of churn from one to the other. Here's an interesting picture, by the way, from Vicente Juan Nasi, and it is the title in Spanish is El Sumo Sacerdote Aaron, the high priest Aaron. Of course, the high priesthood descends from Moses' brother Aaron. It descends the males of the families, such that actually some great research has been done on the genetic components of even modern day Jews who claim Kohen status. They often have that as a last name or Katz, but they can have a lot of different names as well. That in fact they do overwhelmingly bear a marker on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the proposition of a single male ancestor 3,000 years ago. Really fascinating, but not our topic today. So here you can see Kohen, the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, Aaron, the first high priest, wearing a really interesting mitre, which is nothing like what the Torah or the Talmud describes, but nevertheless very cool. And it seems to be rushing to carry this Greek-style vase of like some kind of he is doing Trumat Hadeshen, the removal of the ashes. But he looks very serious about it, and I really like this thing. At any rate, so the name Sadukim is one that appears in the Talmud in particular to describe the Sadducees, and there are two possible Sadoks from whom they could derive it. One Sadok, of course, is a biblical figure comes from the era of King David. He had a high priest named Zadok. The rabbis of the Talmud, however, derived the term Saduki from one of the two prime students of Antigonus ish Socho. Antigonus, the man of Socho, who's quoted in the great collection of Jewish ethical teachings, Pirkei Avot. He was a rabbi who lived in the early 2nd century before the Common Era, and he had two students, Zadok and Boethus. Now, Antigonus ish Socho is famous for a particular passage that's quite fascinating, in which he urged his students to serve the master not for the sake of receiving a reward, right? In other words, serve God without any, anticipation or demand for a payment in return. Payment is, in fact, even a better term for the word pras than reward. But kind of like, okay, God, I'm going to do you a favor, now you pay me back, right? So Antigonus Isocho said, no, that's not the right attitude. You should do it just because it's God. God asks you to do it, and you should do it simply because God is the one asking. According to the rabbinic tradition, his two students, Zadok and Boethus, misunderstood him and said, well, must mean that there is no reward for performing the will of God. And we should do it, following teacher, we should do it without thought of receiving reward. Why? Because there is no reward. And so the Sadukim were especially associated with the notion of denying the world to come, denying the notion that there was, a heaven and things like that. This is one of the prime, kind of delineations between the Pharisees, we'll see in a second, and the Sadukim is particularly with regards their notion of life after death. It would be fantastic if we could actually read what the Sadducees had to say about this rabbinic characterization. Unfortunately, the Sadducees left behind no clearly self-identified written records that tell us about their attitudes to the world to come, or really about anything else that happened to them historically. The Sadducees, of course, being so closely identified with the temple rituals, once the temple rituals were done away with the destruction of the temple in the year 70, there was no more physical anchor for them, or kind of like center of gravity to organize their power, and they basically disappeared as a group. Some of these ideologies, of course, some other groups over the period that will have God willing opportunities time being, we only know what others say about the Sadducees, uh, not only the rabbinic tradition, but also, for example, the Christian has a fair amount to say about them as well. Now, I mentioned that there were two students, Tzadok and Boetus, and in the rabbinic tradition, for sure, they are distinguished. You see them referred to in different contexts, but it's really hard to parse out. Well, what exactly is the difference between Tzadok and one of the Boetim? What exactly, how do you parse out the difference between these Dukim and these Itusim? Now, by the way, I should mention that it's also difficult to try and figure out what the Sadducees stood for because with the era of heavy church censorship of the Talmud, from the 13th century on, and especially with printing evolving in the 16th century, um, there's a lot of changes to the Talmudic text to try to avoid, not only burning of the Talmud, but even, prohibiting its printing. This is something that Jewish printers often did of their own accord in order to avoid getting into trouble. And one of the techniques was that if there was a criticism of a figure, or let's say there's a dialogue in the Talmud that presents a rabbi versus an early Christian, and they know that if they submit this text to the church censor, it will immediately be excised, and maybe they'll have to, scrap the entire print run. So sometimes the printers would change things. They would say, rather than having the rabbi arguing with the early Christian, they would say a rabbi arguing with the Sadducee. And oral tradition would continue in the sense that the rabbis teaching the Talmud hopefully would know, yeah, this is actually a replacement. It should read early Christian, but it actually reads Sadducee. But quite often we don't know what that means anymore. So it's really hard to rely on the Talmud for good descriptions of what the Sadducees go for. But one reasonable argument that may appear in a deeper analysis of, for example, Josephus, is that the Sadducees were the older aristocracy that relied on their connections with the Hashmonaim, the earlier Jewish kings, going back to the period of the Maccabean revolt. And the Boeotians may have been a sect of, again, aristocracy, priesthood, and so on, that began to gain power under Herod specifically. Herod had such a long reign of many decades that you could easily have rivalries develop among the aristocracy vying for the position of Kohen Gadol, and so that may be an actual kind of not ideological, but kind of organizational difference between the Tzdukim and the Aitusim. We otherwise don't know ideologically how they differ. Okay. So those are the Sadducees in a very brief statement. Let us now turn to look at the Pharisees. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, in this mini set of lectures, we look at the political environment of the first century Judea, at the Sadducees, followed by the Pharisees. Now, I'd like to kind of provide sort of a catch-all to some of the other groups that are really quite active, about whom we unfortunately do not know very much, but are nevertheless quite fascinating. Now, I'm going to lump them all together in the term Josephus' fourth philosophy. Not that I really know exactly what that fourth philosophy is. Never stopped me from making a video before, however. But Josephus, in his attempt to try and make Judaism understandable to his Greek-speaking Gentile audience, he uses this term that probably refers to the Essenes, or the Essenes, who are a group of Jews who essentially separated from society quite radically and are most likely associated with the Qumran community that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls. Those are the people that we're going to talk about right now. So what are the Dead Sea Scrolls? These are a series of manuscripts, hundreds of manuscripts and fragments of manuscripts, most of them written in Aramaic, but also Hebrew and Greek, Nabatean, and other languages, that were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea in the late 1940s. One of the most important scholars to work upon at that time is Professor Eliezer Stekenik, an archaeologist who was one of the first to discover the value of these manuscripts, which were floating around the black market. And he immediately scooped up all the manuscripts that he could, including those that were on sale and advertised even in the New York Times. And this created a bit of a rush for these documents as people began to hear about them, which was interrupted by the first Arab-Israeli war, the War of Independence, as the Israelis call it, that took place between 1948 and 1949. As soon as things began to calm down, of course, there was an armistice line that divided the territories. Some were not accessible to Israeli researchers anymore, but a frenzy of archaeological studies began as people began to uh, comb all of the cliffs in the really remote and forbidding region of the Dead Sea looking for these documents. And they found hundreds of them. Some of them collected in what appear to be scriptoriums, where they would be used as kind of reading rooms with like tables and chairs, benches at any rate, and others appear to be storage rooms where they were probably hastily abandoned, most likely in the context of the First Roman Jewish War, and they sat there for the next 2,000 years until they could be discovered. And the discoveries were absolutely phenomenal. First of all, we have every single book of the Hebrew Bible is represented there, with the exception of the book of Esther. This is, for example, the Isaiah scroll, which is quite fascinating. It's actually housed in a remarkable structure in Jerusalem today, but there are many, many other documents that are not biblical. Many antique texts that were circulating at the time that were clearly of a religious, apocalyptic nature, and scholars rush to study these. Now, part of the controversy surrounding the Dead Sea Scrolls is because on the Jordanian side, a commission was formed that unfortunately did not have any Jews working on the documents, and there was a clear interest in specifically discovering texts that related to Christianity. This is, after all, the documents were dated from about 200 before the Common Era up until about the year 100 of the Common Era, with a certain amount of leeway, but it's right in the period of the birth of Christianity, and scholars were desperately hoping to find evidence of Christianity outside of the Christian scriptures. They were unfortunately unable to find any trace of any direct references to Christianity, but they did find a lot of material that give us a sense of what the intellectual and spiritual view was during the period of the ministry of the founder of Christianity. They found not only biblical texts, but these remarkable texts, sometimes written on copper. This is the one section famous copper scroll that deal with all kinds of things that are not mentioned in the Bible. Some clearly have, kind of end of days feeling. There's serious discussions of the sons of light and the sons of darkness, and it reads a lot like the book of Revelations, for example, and kind of like end of all time, kind of massive complications are predicted. Very spooky kind of reading. There's also some fascinating discussion in one particular text called the Manual of Discipline that seems to describe the behavior of the people who collected these documents, who are known possibly as the Essenes or Essene, or possibly, there are lots of different theories. There's one theory that says that this is even a Sadducee break-off community that, was upset with the way they the temple, and they established a particular community here. We don't know exactly who was living in this region. They're often referred to simply as the Qumran community, and a significant archaeological study was implemented, and in fact, they found many of the settlements. It appears that they lived, especially if you connect the archaeological finds with the texts like the Manual of Discipline found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it appears that they lived a highly ascetic lifestyle that involved things like communal meals that were conducted entirely in silence, and a rigorous level of rigorous kind of type of initiation where people had to go through several different exercises to get to a higher level of initiation. Some rather bizarre things that Josephus writes about these people, like they had a lot of concern about ritual impurity, which definitely makes them sound closer to the Sadducees. Of course, the high priests and priests in general have to maintain a very high level of ritual purity in order to serve in the temple. These rules, of course, are mainly interpreted by the Pharisees. So that was part of the interrelationship between Sadducees and Pharisees. But this community in Qumran seemed to take these things to an extreme degree, including, defecation would be done at certain sites well outside the Qumran community, which sounds like a good idea. Everyone was doing their own shovel and had to take care of their business themselves. And according to Josephus, defecation was forbidden on the Sabbath. Hard to imagine that they actually did that. I mean, how do you live like that? But that adds to the kind of confusion we have about how much should we trust Josephus anyways. I mean, he does describe how he himself went into a period of several years of living in a kind of monastic kind of environment like this, maybe with the Qumran community itself, but we really don't know. We have to rely on Josephus's writing with a grain of salt, but we do have some of these archaeological things that do support the idea, for example, of lots of mikvahot for ritual immersions, for ritual purification. Mikvahot are like ritual baths, and communal dining areas that correspond with the Manual of Discipline and things like that. So it appears that this community, which seems to have been hastily abandoned in the first century, possibly in the context of the Great Roman Jewish War of 66 to 74, or perhaps a little bit later with the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135. But they lose track of who these people were, and all we have are basically the Dead Sea Scrolls to rely on. I have not had much time in this quick overview of many of the ideological groups to discuss two major groups. One which will have a huge impact in the late first century. Those are the Zealots. I'm going to reserve those to start talking about the uprising against Rome. And the second major group, of course, are the Christians. Christians are very small at this time, but they will be huge and influential in the future, so we'll return to that later. But for now, I want to thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So in the first of this series of lectures, we discussed the reconfiguration of the land of Israel after the death of Herod and the growing uh, upset with the way in which Rome was handling affairs in the land of Israel that would provide grounds for incipient revolt. And then we look at the Sadducees, who were a group that was much more closely connected to both Rome and the temple ritual, and those two factors are intrinsically related. Now let's turn our attention to the so-called Pharisees. The Pharisees is a term that we see in Josephus and we also see in the Christian scriptures. It is not, however, a term that we have in rabbinic literature. And so that's like a kind of a confusing scholarship on, well, who exactly are the Pharisees? It seems very reasonable that the Pharisees are essentially what we would call today the rabbis or the sages, and they are sort of like the foundation for Judaism as we understand it for the next 2,000 years. They are inheritors of the oral tradition, defenders of the oral tradition. Ultimately, the text known as the Mishnah and the Talmud would be produced by their intellectual descendants. We can understand them basically using modern terminology, mainstream Judaism. Although, if you lived in the first century, you might have difficulty figuring out which one actually is mainstream Judaism. Actually, in the 21st century, sometimes that's difficult too. Do you define mainstream Judaism based on the amount of adherents that a particular movement has? Do you define it in terms of the wealth of a particular movement or the political power of a movement? Or do you determine it in terms of its antiquity? So certainly today's, let's call them Orthodox Jews, lay claim to the greatest antiquity. Orthodox Jews today can read the text of Maimonides and basically identify their own lives in the text of Maimonides with the observance of the Sabbath and all kinds of things like that, and much further back than that as well. And many of those things would be totally foreign to non-Orthodox Jews. But when you get to the first century, the version of the past that we receive from the Pharisees is essentially the same, that they are inheritors of the oral tradition that goes back to Moses, although other groups, such as the Sadducees in particular, they would dispute certain aspects of that particular argument. And so, as my father of blessed memory would often say, that change, shows the kinds of disputes that we have in the 21st century are in many ways very similar to the disputes that we had in the first century. But let us return to our identification. Who exactly are the Pharisees? So one very long-standing scholarly argument is that the Pharisees refer to a group called the Perushim. And if you watch some of my older lectures, I really push on this point hard. But since I'm doing a lot more reading lately, I'm not quite so sure that that is a hard and fast identification. One of the reasons for it is because we only find it in a handful of places, and it tends to be in very specific contexts. The term Perushim means those who separate, and so the argument is that the rabbis, seeing that the temple cult was essentially defiled by Sadducees who disrespected the oral tradition, they separated from them, and their power base, their link to the larger population, and there seems to be very little doubt that the Pharisees were in fact the most popular of the ideological movements of that day, that their separation from the center of power is really what caused them to take on the name Perushim, or those who separate. This is a hard argument, not only because it's only used a handful of times in rabbinic literature, and again within specific context, but it could be defended perhaps by saying that quite often groups only really derive terms to describe themselves when they have to distinguish themselves from the other, right? Like, for example, if you look at 18th century Eastern Europe, the so-called misnagdim, or opponents, didn't have that term, which is basically what we call Lithuanian Jews today. They didn't have that terminology until the Hasidic movement arose, and so the traditionalists said, "Oh, well, we oppose the Hasidim, so therefore we are the opponents, we are the Misnagdim. It existed long before, centuries before the Hasidic movement, but they didn't have a word for themselves because there was nothing to define themselves against. So that may be one of the reasons why you don't see this term floating through the Talmud and the Mishnah and so on. You can sense terms like Chazal, which means the sages of blessed memory, but you don't really see the term Perushim. Nevertheless, looking at how Josephus describes them, looking at how they're described in the Christian scriptures, albeit tends to be a little bit of a negative slant, sometimes a very negative slant, primarily because, as we shall see, the founder of Christianity is depicted in the Gospel having intense debates with Pharisees, sometimes quite heated debates, but in reality, they were quite close in ideology, as we shall see, God willing, in more controversial sections of this lecture series. You have the most heated arguments with your own family members, right? Your spouse, your siblings in particular, your parents, maybe your children, God forbid. That's where you have the most heated arguments. The arguments on the street, you don't have that intense because you don't really care about them nearly as much. But let's leave that to the side. The way Josephus describes these people, the way the Christian scriptures describe these people, seem to comport with the idea that the Pharisees are, in fact, the early rabbis. So, what did these rabbis believe in? They definitely cared very much about the temple ritual, and we see that the Sadducees, from time to time, are forced to consider the opinions of the Pharisees with regards the conduct in the temple itself. The Pharisees are widely regarded as being the most competent bearers of the rules, halacha, of how the temple rituals should be conducted, and Sadducees would contravene those rules at their peril, in fact, not only from, as the Talmud, supernatural retribution, but also from popular disagreement, because it's very clear from Josephus in particular that the Pharisees had a very significant base in the larger population. Jews tended to look to the Pharisees as being legitimate bearers of spiritual authority, and they constitute essentially the hero of the first century and prior. Some of the great figures of the Pharisaic tradition are people like Hillel and Shammai, we mentioned earlier, and Antigonus Ish Socho, one of hundreds of figures who make up the teachings of the Mishnah in particular. Of course, these teachings were only recorded later, but based on very strong oral traditions. The Pharisees essentially promoted the vision of Judaism and the relationship of Jews to God and the world and the metaphysical universe that we would understand today as Judaism. Obviously, in the modern era, when we get to the 18th century and beyond, there are new questions raised as to how to interpret these doctrines. But in the ancient world, the Pharisees were generally considered to have the greatest level of authority of anyone. Okay, so that's basically the Pharisees in a nutshell. Let us continue with the discussion of the Qumran community in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome to the very first lecture of 155 history. The fascinating course is a survey course that will be the first of that cover all of Jewish history, diaspora, and the first century. Today's topic is what is Jewish history? Introductory lecture, but I hope you find it. Let's have a look at Resi right now. Okay, here we begin. The topic is what is Jewish history? Have a look at the very first slide. Many people wonder, what exactly are we doing when we're studying? I mean, why do we need to have so many historians? Kind of thing where, I can read a book, I will know the history, like, for example, I might know math, or I might know grade geometry, or something like that. Why do we have to go on and on and on? Why are there so many reasons in history? What are these for? Can't we just start with basic information, get it right, and move on? It's a very common spot. Just like when you want to buy your history textbook, they're a lot more expensive to buy the fifth edition than it is the fourth edition. But part of the reason is because certainly there is such a thing as bad history. So there are people who distort history, don't have enough facts, tell the story wrong, things like that. And one of the major advances in modern production of historical analysis was occasioned by the thought of Leopold von Ranke. Here on the right, I'll give you a close-up. One of his most famous quotes is the phrase, "Identity-based the way it actually was." We're going to try and get history right. All the facts, like a video tape or something, play it, and we'll have the actual history. This is the way he actually was. Von Ranke, you can see he's pretty relaxed. He knows he's got a big, thick history book, which perhaps even be the last history book that will ever be written, because once you write it the way it actually was, what else is there, right? Well, there's some problems with this model, and we have advanced history over the last couple hundred years. One element, though, he definitely had right, and that is the notion that it's certainly wrong to distort history, try and airbrush out, and they're actually airbrush that, dating that phrase, Photoshop out. Here, for example, is a photograph of a very important history, Oliver Cromwell. He was famous for handing the portrait, official portrait, done with quote-unquote warts and all. And as you can see, he had a rather prominent wart right up here on his forehead, and he insisted that when an official portrait is done of him, it be done without removing the item. Like that too, right? You should not
Welcome, welcome.
warts. Right? Right? All of the aspects of well, in fact, the like wax after they die, plaster cast, sold and distributed as items. And valuable for here is the mask Oliver Cromwell. As you can see, yes, there it is, works. Have in fact an accurate. But on another level, that is missing the point of what history actually does. Consider this, this is an official portrait of Cato last or one of the French kings from the 17th. Now, this portrait is certainly idealized, done by an artist, works on his face, never moved them, like that. Here on the level of what are we looking at, there is a lack of versatility, lack of accuracy, perhaps, photograph-like reproduction. At the same time, I think a lot more about one. Check out the clothes. Wow. Got this that wig that he's wearing. I mean, this says something about Louis XIV that you would not get in a photograph. View of himself as a larger than life figure, someone with power. You see the sword sticking out underneath. At the same time, a sense of style. It's rather cumbersome. Can you imagine walking around in that kind of outfit? Imagine. But it says more about Louis XIV in this artistic representation than you would get in a photograph. Find that maybe a little bit of stretch. Check out this image. Here you see that once again he has definitely a pronounced tension for skirt, but the way he views himself here, he's somehow at the head of battle, carrying some kind of scroll, but I'm not sure exactly what that means. But it's hard not to miss the winged victory there, placing a laurel crown on his head. It is very much like mathematics or a science, biology, things like that. But on the other hand, it's much closer to poetry. It's one of the humanities, one of those areas in which freedom of expression is important for understanding. So that's the first point. That to understand that history is, on one hand, an attempt to capture realities and photograph-like accuracy of a kind of reproduction of the past. That's really important. You can't make up facts. Facts have to be real. On the other hand, history also involves an amount of poetic license in that you've got way too many facts. You've got an abundance of facts. Like, for example, doesn't matter what shoe size yours for. It does if you want to try and identify if the pair of heels is or not. But does it really matter for the larger history? No. It's accurate. But on the other hand, in terms of poetic license, it just doesn't matter for me. On the other hand, if you use yourself in grandiose fashion, it's a way to actually photograph that, but it can be captured in art. So historians do the same kind of thing. Historians work with facts, and they also have to deal in the world of interpretation, literary analysis, as a part of timeline. That's one kind of general thing that speaks to a deeper sense of what von Ranke said actually was. Let's go on to the second point, very important, social function. I'm going to tie that. So, what do we mean by the social function? Well, basically, history has to do something. History has to somehow meet a need in our intellectual and in our physical lives. What exactly is that? Well, first of all, let's note that the word story is embedded in the word history. And that's because history provides a narrative. Narrative is really important. Narrative is kind of like logical sequencing of events, logical sequencing of facts. Tell a coherent story. In other words, a story that has a beginning, middle, and an end. History is quite chaotic. There's a million things in every single page. But somehow you have to pick out from those data points those elements that come together to form a story. For example, if you were to tell the story of your life, if you were to tell every single detail, it would literally take you as long as you have been living, and then some, perhaps, to describe all of it. So naturally, what you would do, collect data points that are especially important, like when you were born, where you were born, who your parents were, moments in your childhood, things like that come together, and that makes the story of your life. History is the same kind of thing. It has to provide narrative. Now, what does the narrative do? Narratives typically affirm victory, rationalize kind of. In other words, when we're talking about our life story, let's say we have a positive, healthy vision of ourselves, then when we achieve things in our life, we're going to look things up and we're going to understand them as the result of our hard work and things like that. But on the other hand, when we have setbacks, our life story is going to kind of explain why those setbacks happen. shelve them away in a manner that allows us to think of our life as a coherent whole. Um, that's why history is often written by the victors. History is wars between countries, for example. Winners invariably portray their side in a battle, perhaps the honor of religion and power and things like that. No one's going to say we attack the other country like their natural resources. They'll always affirm the national historians are employed, sometimes literally, to try and write history that defend their. Let me tell you something a little bit about myself. When I was a young historian, back where the internet was just being born. I mean, I remember one of the first people in the graduate program. But at any rate, when I was a young historian, we had these things called card catalogs, where wanted to find a book in the library. They had massive filing, tiny drawers, had to pull them out, and they had filled with index cards. Not kidding, little paper index cards listed on the index card. Like rifle all in alphabetical order. You got a place, never ever find it. Once you found that index card, you write down the call number, go up to the fax, find that book. And if the book wasn't in the library, then you had to go to the librarian, order it through the library loan. And if it was a library that didn't have interlibrary loan, you had to travel to the library, perhaps another country. If that book was in another language, then you have to learn that language. Difficult amount of effort that young historians to get to the point just finding the facts, just by going through all that effort to locate the facts, that was worth something. Nowadays, you guys have it so much easier on the one hand because you want a fact, any language, fine, in any place, just your keyboard, or you whip out your smartphone and then you've got it right there. That's amazing. Finding facts for you guys is no problem. Like, my generation. But what serious problem for you, which was not as serious for us, and I'm not going to get into today, serious problem for you about facts are which facts are relevant. Filtering through the universe of facts, the right one, that's the aspect. I don't know. Here it is. It's like the internet. Finding the facts not so important as interpreting. That's really important to understand in terms of. Well, it's not going to push a bunch. History is really messy. There's so many incongruent data points interfere with the narrative. I mean, here you are trying to tell the story of your life as a heroic struggle towards some lofty goal, and then you've got these data points all the times that you try hard enough and fail as a result. What do you do with congruent data points? Work with one last really important thing. Not sure why anything happens. This is related to social function. What I like to call will eventually show up on from school. Not sure why. Probably money. Oh, fighting of his old as times. So let's move on now to ask the question, what Jewish history? So understand this concept of way too many data points, and we have to kind of sift through them to get the basic idea. We're going to come up with this kind of statement, this kind of formulation of Jewish. They tried to kill us. We survived. Let's see. I mean, you look at our holidays, Passover, Hanukkah, all kinds of things like that, and typically this sort of narrative that we have. Here we are, put it in another way, we're kind of like an embattled minority, unfairly attacked by oppressive regimes, somehow survived miraculously, and now we celebrate our survival. That's a really basic, what they call an elevator pitch. That's the narrative that is so often try to put together those specific data points to create a coherent narrative. But is it really the best? Well, there are some aspects of this narrative which are very useful. For example, if our object creating this narrative is try to reinforce our integrity as a people in the sense that, to avoid assimilation, to kind of understand why suffering happens and so on, then it actually works fantastically well because no matter how much the people are persecuted, by returning to this historical narrative, it helps justify and helps us understand the nature of the suffering. It ironically reinforces our belief in the traditional value of this narrative, which typically believe in God, the chosenness of the eventual redemption with the Messiah, all these kinds of things fit together really well in this narrative. Now, there are other narratives that we could choose from. In fact, many other historians as historical. But when we work with this basic, they tried to kill us, we survived, let's narrative, see it echoing throughout. For example, this very early passage in the Gemara, backstage Shabbat of the Talmud, there is a discussion of an old historical work called Megillat Tanya, which is basically a record, a chronology, of all the terrible things that happened to the Jews times, along with the denouement, how they turned out, and recorded as a scroll of fast. That's the translation of Megillat Tanya, because on those days when terrible things happened or nearly happened, these would be fast days. The rabbis ask in the Talmud already, we're talking 1,700 odd years ago, they ask, so who wrote this that time? Who wrote this scroll of fast? So Hananiah ben Cheskia and his circle are credited with it. Why? Because they loved trouble. They loved analyzing these, working with them, recording them, and so on. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel writes, "Oh, you know what? We love troubles too." An ironic statement, but I think it's narrative history. But what can we do? If we were to record them, are not up to the task. Meaning, there's way too many of these troubles to really put them down. It's overwhelming. And in fact, those of us who lived through the 20th century, those of us who are older, remember the middle of the 20th century, it's absolutely about the kind of troubles that we have gone through. But this kind of narrative has difficulties. For example, what about Jewish successes? How do they fit into this narrative, which does not always emphasize those areas where Jews excelled? And what do we do about Jewish culpability? For example, when Jews are wrong, how do we integrate that into the oppressed minority, unfairly persecuted? How do we understand those events? Why did they happen, for example? And thirdly, how do we deal with the symbiosis with non-Jewish culture? How do we deal with the fact that I'm speaking to an English, a non-Jewish language, modern tools of history, which was primarily invented by non-Jews? How do we go on and on with where and what we listen to? All these things are the result of biotic or co-living relationships with non-Jewish culture. How does that fit into the overall narrative? Sometimes they're difficult questions to answer. But let's have a look at a couple of Jewish historians and what they've done. I should say, in frame the now there's only one Jewish historian. On the left is Heinrich Grech, the first great encyclopedic Judaic historian. And what I mean by that is we had a lot of people, really, earlier, we had a lot of recorded historical events, but more in a kind of a martyrology. They're trying to list the terrible things that happened, kind of like in a chronological format. Now, we've got quite a few of those going back for 1,000 years. It was only in the 19th century that Jews in writing of history in a critical fashion, adopting the kind of technique that von Ranke was. He was a student of Royal Hirsch and was a master of many languages, and he wrote a massive six-volume history of the Jews. That's how it appears in 6 volumes, which articulated the kind of narrative that I have already described. And it was an amazing because here was in one massive work a whole panoply of events all recorded together, and it told a coherent narrative, and it made you feel really proud about being Jewish. What was really significant for the social function of 19th century Germany, where Jews were trying to gain access to larger non-Jewish culture. They were trying to achieve emancipation, and as a result, they were demonstrating to themselves and to the larger world they were worthy of equality and citizenship. We'll explore this topic, God willing, when we get to History 156. However, Gretz's work was not appreciated by all. On the right, you see a German historian, non-Jewish, named Heinrich von Treitschke, who was roughly the same generation as Gretz, and he criticized Gretz bitterly. He coined the phrase, Juden, which means Jews are our misfortune. He felt that Gretz was unnecessarily laudatory of Jewish activities, and that his narrative was simplistic, and that Jews were in fact rather nefarious agents in world history, constantly bringing down healthy societies and trouble. And he felt that the Jews should be denied equal rights, and in fact should maybe be chased out of the country. When we look into his heart of hearts, let's zoom in here, we see that his slogans were really influential on 20th century history. This is a picture of Nazis looking at the bulletin board put up by a really nasty anti-Semitic propaganda called edited by Julius Streicher, at the top of it, again. This Stormtrooper magazine. And underneath you can see there are reading pages from that magazine. Caricature of it on the left there, and the phrase in the top is von Treitschke, phrase the are our misfortune, got to get rid of them. So here you have two very oppositional models as to what Jewish history means. On the one hand, you have Gretz, most heroic aspect of a peaceful, loving minority, and you have on the other hand, Treitschke model as agents of decay and desolation. So how do we sort through? Basically, do something called historiography. This is really important for more advanced history students, but I'm going to use that 2 minutes right now. So historiography, translated, is the writing of history. Not what is history, but how is history made. And it takes into account all the things we've discussed so far, including the the kinds of narratives that are constructed, the social function that the history is applied to, and try and tease out what is wrong and how the kind of problems that historiographers have to deal with, or historians who study historiography have to deal with. For example, source bias. This includes the bias of the author, but also the bias sources that he or she goes to make that history. For example, great historians of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, did not read Yiddish. But a fantastic, amazing, multi-volume history of the Holocaust called Destruction of European incredibly work, but because he was not able to access traditional languages, have enough material on, modern historians criticize his work, they have enough material on what about what was happening to them. Memoir literature and papers and diaries and things like that. So his history, again, extremely valuable, but it presented a lot of his analysis from the perspective of the Nazis, understanding Rothschild. So the sources that a historian turns to are really significant for creating the final document. Propaganda is the document, the final book of history, let's say, trying to push an agenda. So every book pushes an agenda. That's really another way of saying narrative. But is it doing so in an unfair way by omitting those key data points, or by downplaying them, or by taking them out of context? And finally, very common in historiography, hagiography. That this refers to the writing of legend. For example, if you're writing about some great rabbi, and he had failures in his life, character failures, how do you write about those things? Is it important to write about those things? How does it deal with halacha, hilchos Torah, things like that? So good hagiography omits all those things, but that's also bad history. You want to understand, I can't give it far. Just to tell you how the story is going, for example, Gretz is not the end of Jewish history as we understand it. Much more has been written in the century following his death, and in the 21st century, we show no signs of slowing down. Shimon Yubno here, another great encyclopedic historian, writing 10-volume history of the Jews. It's also translated into a 5-volume edition. He criticized Gretz for his excessive Russian attitude towards Jews, in which he said that the Eastern European Jews were hopelessly backward and superstitious, very, very dim view of Kabbalah, of movement, and so on. Dubno, living in the Russian Empire, emphasized these as true expressions of the Jewish spirit, of the full culture, and so on. And then later in the 20th century, the great American historian, originally born in Europe, Salo Baron, magisterial 16-volume work, Social and Religious History of the Jews, he takes issue with what he calls the lachrymose vision of Jewish history. Lachrymose, fearful. That he says, why are we always emphasizing all these persecutions? Can't we get off the persecution thing and talk about Jews as part of the larger social, religious, economic, political of a society as a whole? So just a couple of little tidbits to give you a sense of how historians disagree with each other in terms of historiography, and as a result, they create very different histories as a whole. Okay, last slide. What's in this course? So from the construction of temples in the first century all the way up to the present day. Of course, the last part of the second element of the course will deal with modern Israel, but I'll get to that next semester. This semester, we're going to focus on Roman-Jewish wars, and next semester, Spanish expulsion to the present. Okay, great. I hope you enjoyed this short lecture, and I hope you'll think about it. Your task now is to, which is posted there on your Blackboard, take the self-test to make sure that you understand all the things that we talked about. Okay? And then move on, and do great. Okay? Thanks very much for listening. Okay, at this point we should change gears a little bit, and we're going to move from a standard historical narrative of the Jewish people in the ancient world, and we're going to talk about a text in particular, a text that is clearly foundational in nature, one that is exceptionally important for the history of the Jewish people, and in fact it would be impossible to understand the later development of the Jews without understanding the nature of this particular book. I'm speaking about the Mishnah, authored, or rather edited by Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, and so that's what we're going to turn to right now. Let's go straight to the Prezi and see what's what. Okay. So the Mishnah is, as I mentioned, a major text in the Jewish intellectual tradition, and perhaps one of the most important reasons that this text is so different from so many others, is the fact that it made Judaism portable. It made it diaspora ready. It is a massive text that allowed Judaism to leave the narrow confines of the polity of the region of Israel, and specifically leave the temple itself, and exist effectively as a viable entity outside the land of Israel in the increasingly far-flung diaspora that Jews found themselves in. The Mishnah was kind of like a portable tabernacle. It was a portable religion, something that could be taken with them wherever they went, and could serve as the fertile soil for the development of Judaism in many other climates. It takes Judaism out of a physical structure and puts it into an intellectual, textual structure, and later this becomes the foundation of the Talmud, which really takes it even to a further level, and we'll talk about that in a later lecture. So our discussion today is going to be based on the Mishnah itself. We're going to, because we're not talking about a historical span of time, we're talking about a text that situates within history. That's really the main source for it. However, as we shall see later, there are a lot of really useful extra Mishnaic texts that were considered and yet rejected for inclusion in the Mishnah by Rabbi Rothschild, and those texts were preserved other bodies of information, which we have to this day. So the Mishnah has kind of like a second edition that's not considered as valid as the Mishnah itself, as we shall see shortly. That's useful for understanding the Mishnah and the Talmud as well. We also have, to a lesser degree, some sources from non-Jewish origins, such as Roman and Persian documents, that reflect on the Mishnah and give us a sense of what that text really means as a whole. Okay, let's recap, though, the historical background so we can place this text in its appropriate context. The temple was destroyed in the late 1st century, and the Jews essentially lost their sovereignty. Roman imposition of more tightened restrictions on Jewish activity, the development of more and more fractious movements within Judaism, in particular the birth of Christianity, began to fragment the Jewish population, already suffering a devastating body blow from the destruction of the temple. There was an attempt to regain Jewish sovereignty of some sort, or at least self-government in the land of Israel under Bar Kokhba in the early part of the 2nd century, and that unfortunately failed, and there was a tremendous amount of persecution under the Emperor Hadrian. So by the time you get to the late 2nd century, things look terrible for the Jews. They've lost their temple, they've lost any kind of self-government, their leadership is increasingly persecuted, they're being scattered throughout the ancient Near East. Things look really bad. How is it possible that the Jews could survive such a tremendous threat to their identity? Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi was the answer to this difficulty. According to Talmudic legend, he was born on the day that Rabbi Akiva died. Rabbi Akiva, of course, one of the most famous rabbis of the ancient period, killed through Hadrianic persecution as one of the so-called 10 martyrs of the state. In Hebrew, the Asara Harugi Malchus, that are commemorated in the High Holiday service. He had a political position because the Jews did have a very tenuous kind of at least titular leadership that was grudgingly recognized by the Romans. He was the Nasi, known as the Prince, and he held a certain degree of political authority over the Jews. He shared much of that authority with the Av Beit Din. That is something for a much larger discussion, but think of, for example, Hillel and Shammai. If you're familiar with rabbinic texts, Hillel was the Nasi, and Shammai was the Av Beit Din. He was known, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, was known for his very close relationship with a mysterious Roman leader known as Antoninus in the Talmud, where the Talmud records all kinds of long-winded and complex discussions of theology that they had, really quite profound and fascinating aspects of dialogue between the Roman and the Jewish world, which represents two things. First of all, it represents the engagement of Judaism with a much larger population, but at the same time, it also represented a pragmatist modus vivendi, as a close relationship with the Romans was essential for for Yehuda HaNasi to maintain his authority over the Jews and to wield that power effectively to maintain the integrity of the Jewish people. It's possible that this Antoninus was even Marcus Aurelius, the famous emperor of Rome, who was known as the kind of philosopher king of the period. Although his dates are just a little bit early, really jive with Yehuda HaNasi well. It could have been one of his successors, perhaps modeled after Marcus Aurelius, but nevertheless, the idea is that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi had close ties with the Roman government and was able to gently negotiate the difficulties of maintaining Jewish existence under these trying conditions. So let's look at the Mishnah itself. Let's try to understand some of the background of it. First of all, the Mishnah is a crucial text in what is known as the Oral Torah. According to traditional rabbinic theology, which has come down as the basis of modern Orthodox theology today, for example, the Torah was given to Moses in two distinct forms. The first was the written Torah, which is expressed in the first 5 books of Moses, the first 5 books of the scriptures, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. But alongside this written Torah was a massive body of information known as the Oral Torah, so called because it was not conveyed in a written fashion, it was conveyed only as oral teaching from God to Moses, from Moses then to Joshua, and so on and so forth, all the way through the generations. Now, this Oral Torah, we do have several references to a body of knowledge circulating in the ancient world, but we have no written examples of it until we get to the 2nd century, when several rabbis, not only Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, but also Rabbi Meir, for example, began to keep small personal notebooks of the Oral Torah, which they would share with their students. The Oral Torah has a very important role to play in that the written Torah is difficult to understand. It has a lot of opaque moments in it, and it has a lot of passages where, if you're reading it as a totally secular document, well, this is, for example, a spelling error, or why would you say it in this way? Or, for example, why are these letters printed upside down? There are such things in the written Torah. The Oral Torah is the very important complement to the written Torah, and it is the interpretive traditions through which the written Torah is understood. This is perhaps one of the most significant what's the word for crossroads. This is one of those specific crossroads where Christianity goes one way and Judaism goes another way. Judaism clearly follows the very strong influence of the Oral Torah, whereas Christianity essentially leaves behind the Oral Torah, to some degree creates its own Oral Torah. That takes us far beyond the scope of our discussion today. But that's one of the crucial elements of traditional rabbinic theology, the idea that there are 2 Torahs, written and the oral. What exactly is in this Oral Torah? Well, there are 3 basic expressions of it. The first is exegetical, meaning deriving the essential meaning of these often opaque passages in the Torah. This is known in Hebrew as midrash. And midrash takes itself 2 forms. Sometimes it is halachic midrash, meaning it is an explanation of a text that clarifies a law. And sometimes it is agadic midrash, which means legendary midrash, where it teaches some kind of ethical, moral, philosophical lesson built into the text, not necessarily one that commands specific legislation, but one that speaks to a larger topic of how it should behave. Secondly, the Oral Torah is expressed in the esoteric, mystical, and this is, of course, the long Kabbalistic tradition, which will be the subject of a lecture later on in this course, but it doesn't find written expression until really quite a bit later. Midrash also doesn't find a lot. Well, no, I'll take that one. Finally, legal expression of the Oral Torah is what we're going to be focusing on today. That is the Midrash, meaning, okay, we have this wonderful document, the Chumash, the 5 books of Moses. How are we supposed to behave? How are we supposed to interpret this document so that we know how a Jew should live his or her life? So the legal functions of the Oral Torah, which are explained at great length, or at least discussed at great length in the Midrash, are threefold in nature. The first is the oral Torah clarifies ambiguities. For example, the Torah says that on the holiday of Sukkot, one should gather four types of plant life, the so-called arba minim, known as the lulav and esrog, for example, and you're supposed to wave them in various patterns. Now, in terms of the description of those four types of plants, it describes the palm frond and the myrtle and the I forget what the other one is called. It's the aravot in Hebrew. And then it says, the last one says, the pre eitz hadar, the fruit of a goodly tree. So what does that mean? It's ambiguous. Does that mean, for example, an orange, which are delicious down here in Florida, a grapefruit? I mean, if you were to walk to the synagogue with a grapefruit, I think you would, be laughed at for the rest of the year. In fact, the oral Torah clarifies when it says pre eitz hadar, referring specifically to a citrus fruit known as the etrog, which is shown here on the slide, a little kind of greenish, sometimes yellow fruit. Secondly, the oral Torah supplies omissions in the text. The Torah, for example, says that in the Shema prayer that Jews are to place these words as a sign upon their hands and as frontlets. That's how Totafot is usually translated. Frontlets between their eyes. So what exactly does that mean? Are we supposed to take that, metaphorically? Is it a real term? That's obviously not Jewish practice. Jewish practice explains that when it says a sign upon your hand and its frontlets between your eyes, it refers to the complex leather and parchment devices that are placed on the head and forearm. Is the picture of the young man there wearing the tefillin. The Torah itself doesn't say anything about how tefillin should be constructed. It is only in the oral Torah that we have such. And finally, the written Torah often is prone to simplistic misreadings. For example, when it says ayin tachas ayin, eye for an eye, the oral Torah is quite vociferous in maintaining that that does not mean that if Reuben knocks out Shimon's eye, the just punishment for Reuben would be to have Shimon knock out his eye. What it means is that the monetary value of Shimon's eye should be calculated, and Reuben will be required to pay that money to Shimon. So these three basic functions, clarifying ambiguities, supplying omissions, and contradicting simplistic misreadings of the text, are really what the oral Torah is all about, at least the Mishnah is part of the oral Torah. So when Rabbi Yehuda Nasi sat down to write the oral Torah, as it were, there was a tremendous amount of controversy, and that controversy lasted for a couple of centuries because the fact is, if it's been oral for so long, it represents a huge break in tradition to commit it to writing. And there was tremendous hesitancy to do so. However, he was very mindful of the tremendously dire situation that the Jews found themselves in, with phenomenal political and social pressures as a result of the Roman persecution and the dispersion of the Jews and the economic realities of Jewish life at the time. And so therefore, he had a very bold plan to gather rabbis from all around and to collect all of the oral teachings that they had received. He collected them assiduously and wrote them down, and then he took all of these texts and he organized them into a form which he called the Mishnah. The term itself, Mishnah, comes from the word lishanein, which means to teach. It is the teaching. Now, when you can get all these rabbis together in one place, and they're all saying over their teachings, as you might expect, particularly when you're dealing with an orally transmitted amount of information, there will be some inconsistencies. And there were a tremendous number of inconsistencies. So Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's genius in this particular area was to go through all of these texts and to filter out those that he felt were somehow defective, not inauthentic, but perhaps not the best way that a subject could be stated, or perhaps Tosefta and the Baraitot. These things become very, very important when we go to the Talmud later on in this course. So let's look at the structure of the Mishnah, understand what it's all about. He divided it into six distinct areas of human activity. The first is known as Rayim, or seed, and this is basically a huge compendium of law dealing with agriculture. Things such as the sabbatical year, that the idea that the land of Israel has to lie fallow 1 year in seven, the prohibition against mixing crops together, and the laws of blessing, because all of these foods that come out of the ground later, sustain us, and therefore the most important tractate, perhaps, is the first one, Brachot, which deals with blessing. The second section is Moed, which deals with time, which deals with essentially the holidays, Shabbat, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, things like that. The third section, and the largest actually, is Nashim. Actually, I take that back. Actually, I don't know, it's probably larger, but let's go. Nashim, or women, is probably better stated as relations with women, because the Mishnah is a tremendously androcentric document, meaning it is written by men for men. And when it deals with women, it's really all about how to relate to women. That's why it's one of the most mysterious topics of the Mishnah. That's a joke. Okay. But what it deals with, for example, is marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, the concept that a man who unfortunately dies childless, his widow marries his brother, things like this.
Well, look where the fuck it is.
Known as Nashim.
You just think you can just waltz in here? Well, you can. How the hell are you doing, dog? Kicking ass, taking names. Dude, you have to watch a 39-minute interview that I did yesterday. Right now. Oh, you already watched it? Amazing. Excellent, you saw it. Oh, you thought it was good? Good. Excellent. I thought I did a good job. So cool. Excellent. I felt really good about it. I appreciate that. And I talk about some controversial things, man. Nip slips, Zuckerberg getting the metaverse together. I mean, like, I feel like I, in a polite way, said, hey, to his wife, please don't make this suck with your husband. And everything in between. And I was able to plug Hey Pato Parmesan Teninu, which is really close to an all-time high. It dropped, like, over the course of the past 3 days or so. Then I had my interview, and it's back up like 6 cents. Yeah, I mean, I told a billionaire to buy it, Eddie, and I told him to do it multiple times. And then I told, right? It's at like 31 cents now, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, those things are really expensive. I had the opportunity to really pump the coin tonight, and I didn't. I was in a Twitter space right after Morelight, and I was ready to talk. And they brought up this other person from the community, and they started asking him questions. And then Zoom came in, somehow got to talking, and they just started talking and talking and talking. And I was like, you know what, fuck it. I should have fucking plugged it, but nevertheless, I'm just like, whatever. They just were talking for too long, and it was just like, well, now it's gonna be weird because it's like I'm gonna just come in like a fucking cheerleader on this bad boy. I mean, I could have. It was 200 people who were watching of like high net worth individuals, but the coin will pump itself, and those people upvote and retweeted my shit, so that's cool. So I did that interview yesterday, and what else did we do? Okay, so I created it. I uploaded it to TikTok. TikTok, you can upload it in its entirety. Instagram, just 15 minutes. Why Zuckerberg sucks. I talk about it in the fucking video. It sucks. So, I mean, fuck you. Right. And so he sucks, his platform sucks, and I'm gonna make it better. But it's like, look, I'm gonna tell you, it's Caspian Sea. I launched an app. It was the world's largest car wash app, on-demand car wash app, and it would still be the most successful on-demand car wash app in the world had the state of California not sued it for $45 million, and the owner get murdered. So, like, when I say that, I'm telling you, like, I know a little bit about software, and what you do is first thing you do is you download your competitor's app, and you see all the shit that they're doing. You make sure that those features are included in your app, and then you put your own features in to make it better, so that you become the front runner, the trailblazer in the industry standard. And I don't know why Instagram wouldn't be like, hey, you know what? Our our competitors, they let you upload an hour. Why don't we think of that? So, I mean, really, what the rules should be is you can upload it up to 24 hours. I can understand more than 24 hours at one upload is too much. I get that. But if you want to upload 15 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 second, whatever the fuck you want to upload, I hate every platform is fucking different. And I don't understand. I know why it is. They have different server capacities and stuff. But it's like, dude, if you really know anything about servers, at the end, like I have a certification in big data from Amazon, and while I'm not like by any means an expert, I'm no more than an average bear. And at a certain point, you can store like you can basically quote me on. Well, you can't because I don't believe an infinite amount of anything can ever be, but maybe. But there's basically a way to create infinite um, server space once you have the servers large enough. Like somehow, some way, you can manage everything that needs to be managed. So, um, the big issue with all these companies, like a company like Kick, even my company, was the little costs that are for server space and cloud flare and security protocols. There are so many. Like I really think the company that I was with, it was self financed and not have any like angel investors. There was one person, and I really think it was a really rare case. Usually, you have angel investors, rounds of funding and things, but this is just out of one guy's pocket. And um, when that happens, you can see just like it's death by a thousand cuts. Uh, well, in the um, Instagram world, I don't understand why all the features on Instagram aren't the same on TikTok. That's why TikTok's gonna win because TikTok just allows for longer uploads. I don't understand. Anyway, um, I was really, really jazzed. Well, let me tell you about that interview because it almost didn't happen. Um, I got a message. Let's see, like the day before. Apologies. I got a message the day before to from one of his like friends, and I didn't. It's well, I shouldn't say that. Like a couple weeks ago, I got a message. Hey, Sam wants to do an interview with you, and I'm like, okay, cool. Whenever. So then, when somebody says that to me, a lot of times it just doesn't happen, and that's cool too. But then it turned out that the guy messaged me like 48 hours ago. He said that Sam wanted to do it like 11:30 Pacific Standard Time, except he said like 2:30. So I'm like, okay, great. So I set alarms. I'm all ready to go. And I thought beforehand, you know what? I should really write something. Like I have my spiel, and I got that down really well. But why not tell people individually how I feel about them? And I bet this might be an opportunity to do so. And I always forget something. Like when I'm done, whenever I've done an interview, I'm always like at the end, like, oh, I should have said that, or oh, I should have plugged that, or whatever. You can never include everything. Like even when with as many shout outs as I did, there were still people when I was done with it, oh man, I wish I would have added that person or whatever. But what did I do? I said I'm ready for the interview. I was all ready. 11:30 comes around, and I sent a message in like a group chat that Sam Bond's like friend had created, and nothing happened. And then I called, which I know is awkward, but just to randomly call someone on Discord and nothing. So I contacted Sam's friend, and I was like, "Hey, just let me know if you want to reschedule. I understand these things happen." And then I was a little disappointed though, because I told all the people in the Telegram, "Hey, I'm going to be doing this. Check it out if you want." Okay, if I need to, I'll restart my computer. It's probably just my computer's got some needs to be restarted. Um, so I said to the people who were in Harry Potter Along Masonic Cantina that I was going to be, you know, ready for an interview. And, oh, dude, I meant to talk to you. We have to talk about this. The motherfuckers who come on in the middle of the night and do all that other shit. They didn't do it last night, but anyway, you know about it now. And you caught that one guy right before. We'll talk about it. No, 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 that's fine. That's fine. I'm getting to that. I mean, I'm at that point, way past that point. If you do something loud, you're out. I don't fuck. We don't fuck around with that. That's so annoying. And I don't know why Discord doesn't have a bot. Everybody, if you type in Discord, how do I prevent someone from screaming in a Discord? There are hundreds of people with this fucking question, and it's like nobody has anything. And what it really needs to be is just like a volume limiter, and also, um, like basically, I think it's a good idea that if you could have a setting right when you join a server, it like slowly brings your voice up so that if you want to pull that shit, you can, but you're not going to be able to pull it right away and scare people and do all the other shit. And then we can talk to you like, hey, are you there? And if you're just really quiet the whole time, but your microphone's off, you're like, all right, this person's going to pull that same old bullshit, and they never get a chance to. And if they do, it'd be really, really subdued. There are all kinds of things that they could do. Anyway, so this motherfucker was supposed to have this meeting at 11:30, and he doesn't. And I was disappointed. So, I've been doing some other things I gotta tell you about on Discord, and I basically just started to lie down, and I was listening to Jewish history lectures with Professor Henry Abramson, just like one of my favorite things is the whole wide world. And all of a sudden, my table right next to my bed starts vibrating. But just like one phone, and it's a really old phone that I never, ever, 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 ever used. But I just had turned on recently. Yeah, and I just had turned it on recently. And it turns out Sam was calling me. And he was calling me for like the ninth time, and I just didn't know because none of the phones were like reacting. But I just was like, hello? Or basically, and then it just goes into the interview. But if you see the earlier part of the interview, he's calling me a few times, and so it looks like I'm the asshole. But his friend was even like, dude, you are calling him at, it ended up being at like 2 p.m. Pacific time. And I was thinking to myself, did I get it fucked up with like, the, like, because he said Eastern time, but no, his friend was he was off like 3 hours. So it worked out, and it was a really great opportunity to pump. Pardon me? That's still early.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think so. And I was able to pump the coin, and I was able to talk about futurology. And it was different than the Flax Life's interview because the Flax Life's interview was like I kept getting in. I mean, I do keep getting in. I do keep getting um uh what is the word? I do keep getting uh not just trolled but interrupted. Apologies, whereas which I was looking for. I do keep getting interrupted, but I'm pretty good about just being able to work through that and just keep on whatever wavelength about which I'm talking to be able to continue to say that. So then when the interview immediately though when somebody starts coming in, that guy some guy was saying like the N word or something like that. Like, all right, well, this has been fun, but thank you. And yeah, so Then what? Well, it was a controversial. I mean, I don't want to say it's controversial, but like, I name a bunch of random shit like together that never goes together. Like what? Okay, kick. Like the kick. Like right away, I call out kick face to face and say that their shit doesn't work. And like basically, only 30% of the time does it work. Look, I've worked in IT and I have this issue. I mean, it wasn't my fault, but this just happens in IT where you think your shit is working really well from one end and from the other end it's not working every time, or and it's just a bad user experience. If you've never used this before and you've got hot girl syndrome and you're just like, oh, okay, I'll check it out when I have time or whatever. Somebody finally talks you into doing it. You don't want to do it. You finally fucking do it and it doesn't work. Fuck this. I never want to use it again. And that's the thing. Or they're not using it on different devices. Like I use it on all kinds of devices. And I basically know their system really well. So number one, I call them out on that. Number two, I have to clear up that like I didn't send a middle finger thing. And then I start going through all these kick people. Okay, that's fine. Some YouTubers, okay, whatever. And then I get into like every Hasidic and every Orthodox Jew on earth. We're getting a band back together. Then I get into like stand up comics. Then I get into like all the people who ever helped me in school, and then I get into like all the nurses and first responders and stuff. And why? Because why not? Why not make it as positive a thing as possible? And yeah, and so I was really happy with it. And when it was done, um, I, excellent, thank you. I had to. You're okay. I got more light. I asked like right away. I was like, more like, can we have a talk? And he's like, yeah. So he comes in to the VC. I'm like, look, I just did this fucking. Uh, okay, I'll restart this when I'm done telling the story. I told him that I had just done a really good interview, and I felt it was really good, but I didn't have access to it, so I would have to take like a. The best way to do it, I find, maybe I mean it sucks, but it it works, is to take a screen recording of the kick VOD. I know you can download the kick VOD, but then it's like a 4 hour thing that I don't need. I just need like 30 minutes of it or whatever, 40 minutes of it. And if I'm gonna be editing it professionally, of course I want the whole thing in the highest definition. But this is just like, look, you get the point. We're not winning beauty contests here. And yeah, so over 100 people have seen it, which is cool. Um, okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna restart this computer, so I'll be leaving and coming right back. I'm still be live on this other one, so I won't be leaving necessarily. Um, okay, I have to tell you though this as well because I'm really proud of it. I have all of these tablets that I don't use, and the reason why I don't use them, they're these Amazon Fires. I have like six of them, and I don't use them because they're very underpowered. They're basically electronic waste. And like electronic waste is becoming more and more common, where they put all these features, they say all these features that a device can do, but it's underpowered, so it's a very bad user experience. Basically, some of the issues that I would have with these tablets, I don't blame them necessarily because I bought them on discount on Amazon, like, and they were really cheap. But what I did, um, what I couldn't stand, they shut off after 30 minutes. How fucking stupid is that? It's just like it's ridiculous. So I couldn't really use them, but I figured out the developer option that have an always on setting, which I don't under. I just don't understand why you wouldn't make that available to the general public. I know that these companies want everything to be like very environmentally friendly, but on the other end too, they're the ones who are like want to stalk us and want us to be on these devices all the time. So why not make it as usable as possible? So I found out I found out these developer options, and I also found out how to get other software on it. Let me ask you this: Amazon has a browser. Did you know this? What's it called? Oh yeah, you have no idea. You have absolutely no idea. This is a $1 trillion company. What the fuck don't they have any commercials for their browser? Like why? Right? I mean, like Safari is like dominates the market.
Yeah, like
Think about this. All of the no, it's not internal. It's on their devices. If it was internal, I mean, it is internal, but just like Safari's internal, but Safari has market share. Okay, so you have all of these big companies have a browser. Microsoft has Edge and Explorer, those stuff, but they have them. Alphabet has Google, which has Chrome. You have Apple, which has Safari, and Amazon. Amazon's is called Amazon Silk, but no one uses it. And it's the absolute most dog shit browser. I'll tell you what, like this is how dog shit it is. If you're just using their normal device, looking at the internet, after 10 minutes, it will crash on you because it doesn't have enough RAM to be able to run the internet. It's incredibly underpowered. But I was able to figure out how to sideload apps onto it. And then when you use any other browser, which you can't use every browser, but like you can use like one called Dolphin browser, you can use Opera, you can use Brave. You use any of those, they fucking work amazing. Like amazing. They don't fucking crash. It's like wow, Amazon, you have a $1 trillion company, you guys don't know what the fuck is going on. Because anybody worth anything would be like, well, let's make sure our browser works well. And this is across the board. Everybody fucking complains on the internet about it. I know this is an experience. So, this was a game changer for me, though. An absolute game changer. Because that means I can be in 6 more Discords at once with cameras on. And so what I did was I was able to also download the disc. Exactly. No, this is totally. I said it before. I'm the center hub of the internet, but now I really am. Why? Why is that? So I've really been focusing on Discord while you've been out. So I joined all kinds of Discords. Okay, so I talked about it a little bit. Okay, and I know I got shit from this from Wappy Flanker, but I don't see it as a bad thing if I'm not doing anything bad. Um, there are all of like the biggest discords are called like Daddy Discord, E-Girl Discord, Mommy Discord. Um, what else are like Chill Bars? Oh, they all sound terrible. Chill Bar, then Chill Zone. Wait. I'm saying that's like the top 10. Now, I shouldn't say that. The top 10 are the number one is really like Mid Journey, but you can't fucking talk in there. You know, you can't stream your camera or anything in there. I'm saying the ones that have interaction, and they all have the worst fucking names. The worst fucking names. I don't understand this casting. I don't understand why you would call something like Mommy Discord and not make that 18 and up. Why the fuck wouldn't you do that? I just don't understand. Have no fucking clue, but I don't run it. All I know is that they have the option to, if you do enough chatting in there.
I think you need to advertise that you data automatically.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like literally they can see it though. They come in here and I can say to them, hey, if you don't want to talk to me, create your own VC. Um, I mean, like they can. It is an interesting feature. No, you're absolutely right. Imagine what it imagine what it would be though if you would just hop in there every single time and you'd be alone. No one would ever want to do that. I mean, they'd be like, "What the fuck is this?" Then they would come into this one and be like, "Hey, I see that there are people in here." So I just gave them that step. They come in here, "Hey, what's up?" If they want to join and create their own VC, knock yourself out. You can do whatever you want. Okay, so what I did was there are all kinds of prerequisites to be able to fucking stream, but the size of these discords is ridiculous. They're hundreds of thousands of people, 500,000 people, six. 300,000 people, 400,000 people. In comparison to some of these other ones that I'm in that have like 200 people, I mean, that nobody ever comes in there, and I'm never going to go viral that way. So, what I did was I joined all the biggest ones, all these big ones that are all like Chill Zone and all that. I named the worst ones just because they're just. Actually, no, there's another one. No one streams in there, but there's cum stuff. Then they get into that kind of shit. So there are some 18 and older ones. And then some. There's some individuals who have like big ones. Just I don't know. There's one called Maya's Playhouse. Has hundreds of thousands of people in there. And what do? I literally just go in there, and if I can turn my cam on I do. And I I don't listen. I turn the sound off and my microphone off, and they just have a portal into my life. But this is so key for me because I'm in so many of these different ones, and my fucking Discord just blows up. I can just fucking my notifications. If I just pull down to refresh notifications, it's something new in every single one of them. Now that I do this, and it's because people are like, oh, like there's just I've got my toe dipped in a whole bunch more um Discords with a hell of a lot more people. I mean, a shit ton more people. And so and then this iShow Speed. Did I tell you about iShow Speed? Yeah, so these motherfuckers, I've been in this constant battle with them. So, well, you see in that video that I even say that they always throw me out and I just fucking come right back and I built a bot now that lets me stay in there. So, I've been live in that motherfucker for like a few weeks. I'm the, or no, like 8 weeks. I'm the number one all-time streamer in his Discord as I am in Aiden Ross's Discord, which is like, where's my fucking parade? But I find that just because it just shows that not a lot of people stream it. Yes. Well, all right. Am I done? Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna reset my computer and reset all these devices, and then I'll see you when we're done. I'm glad you're here. How have you been?
Yeah.
Excellent.